Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The Carbon County GOP is calling for resignations of 4 state reps for their silence on the ongoing Checkgate scandal. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the party says they knew defamation claims aimed at Representative Mike Yin for making the check passing public were wrong, but didn't speak up.
So it's basically saying we believe these 4 representatives at least knew that there had been checks handed out on the House floor. And yet when Representative Mike Yin, the minority floor leader, was talking about this and warning everyone about this last Wednesday, another representative accused him of defamation. And these 4 who reportedly knew that he was telling the truth did nothing to stand up for him.
The first resolution calls for the resignation of Republican Representatives Joe Webb of Lyman, Marlene Brady of Green River, and Darren McCann of Rock Springs. That's according to a copy of the resolution obtained by Cowboy State Daily. Wyoming lawmakers heard emotional testimony from teachers, minors, and students on Tuesday, urging them to protect public lands from federal sell-offs. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the Senate panel unanimously advanced the resolution titled Keeping Public Lands Protected and Decisions Local.
What this resolution seeks to do is say we're different, that Wyoming doesn't want to sell its public land. We heard testimony from high school students, from teachers, from Game and Fish, from all sorts of public lands supporters and professionals who work in that space, all saying that, look, we want to have a local voice in how public lands are managed, but we do not want them sold.
SJR 9 was introduced by Senator Eric Barlow of Gillette, with 38 co-sponsors, a bipartisan coalition that includes a total of 17 senators and 22 representatives. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Make sure you're at the Cody Night Rodeo this year, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. WYDOT wants to remind you, with ice and snow, take it slow. Pay attention to reduced speed limits and use low beam and hazard lights in areas of fog and blowing snow. This message from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
At Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging, an imaging experience that's accurate and above all, human. Built around the most advanced diagnostic technology in Wyoming, we deliver fast, clear, and reliable answers. No physician referral is required for an appointment. Most insurance is accepted. Competitive cash pricing and personalized insurance assistance. Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Winter weather created nasty driving conditions that contributed to a pair of multi-vehicle crashes on Wednesday that closed a 21-mile stretch of westbound I-80 between Evanston and Kemmer. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that one motorist caught in the middle of the pileup says visibility was down to 0.
The Wyoming Highway Patrol is still investigating the contributing factors into the incidents that happened on Tuesday, let alone the one that was happening on Wednesday afternoon and evening that involved multiple vehicles in both the westbound and eastbound lanes of I-80. But they are going to chalk up a lot of this to icy conditions, winter weather hazards, and possibly wind gusts as well. Those are all factors that might have contributed, but we won't know for sure. But based on the images, it looks pretty likely that people were driving in whiteout conditions, roads were slick, and these incidents happened. We don't know if there were any.
Bridger Valley resident Amber Gossard tells Cowboy State Daily that she was heading west when she got stuck between 2 separate pileups, describing the crash ahead of her as 6 or 7 semis in a pile. The Wyoming House on Wednesday voted to keep a proposed $40 million cut to the University of Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the Senate did the opposite, setting up the 2 chambers for a clash in a compromise committee later this month.
Big debate unfolded. Ultimately, the House rejected that call to reverse the cuts, keeping them in place, whereas the Senate did vote one day prior to reverse the cuts. So when these 2 budget drafts line up, they're not going to match, which then punts that decision to a 10-member compromise committee they call conference committee that could meet as early as next week.
The Wyoming House of Representatives, by a 26-34 vote on Wednesday, rejected an effort to reverse its budget planner's proposed $40 million cut to the University of Wyoming. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Good morning, Cowboy State Daily Show for a Thursday, February 19. Good to have you right here. First thing, help us kick it off. Special guest today, Senator Cale Case will be with us. U.S. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman joins the show as well. Wyoming Business Alliance President Renny McKay will be here. That's not Wyoming Business Council. It's the Alliance. Similar, but different. And Renny will explain what he's watching during the legislative session. Matt Burgess, representing University of Wyoming, he's going to be on today and tell us why the university is still sound asleep. No, wait a minute. I'm reading my notes backwards. He'll tell us why UW is not woke. That sounds like UW's asleep. Patrick Klein's going to be here. He leads Vision Beyond Borders. They're smuggling the Bible into remote areas of the world where the Bible's not welcome or never seen. China, India, etc. And Tom Herszig, he runs Cheyenne Frontier Days. Tom Herszig going to give us an update. 148 days left till Cheyenne Frontier Days. Get ready. Make plans now. Book your rooms. Do what you got to do. Cheyenne Frontier Days, daddy of them all. And it's a Thursday, of course. That means Ask Abby. And that's always fun. I got to get weather forecast. And I'm not ready for my weather forecast. All right, here we go. Don Day weather forecast. Cue the music. Looks like this. Don Day. Making kind of a wintry day today. One of our first and only in central Wyoming. In Casper, winter storm warning through the morning anyway. Chance of snow early morning, gradually becoming mostly sunny by the afternoon, but high's just 19 in Casper. Winter weather advisory in Lander as well for this morning. Mostly sunny in Evanston, highs 25. That system has already moved through Evanston, left some snow and wreaked havoc on the interstate down there. We'll talk about road conditions in a moment. Mostly sunny in Rock Springs, 25 today. Pinedale, partly sunny, 21. Cold tonight, by the way, and especially in western Wyoming. We're doing that below zero thing tonight. Pinedale, Afton, Jackson, all going to be below zero or zero-ish. Afton, high today, 21. Snow perhaps in the afternoon, mixing with a partly sunny skies. Du Bois, chance of snow after 1. Otherwise, mostly sunny, highs 23. Jackson, snow in the afternoon is possible. Partly sunny, highs 22. Thermopolis, winter weather advisory through the morning. Chance of snow in the morning, highs 21 in Thermop. Cody, winter weather advisory this morning, highs near 20. Buffalo, snow in the morning, winter weather advisory. Chance of snow mainly up until about 1 in the afternoon. Otherwise, mostly cloudy, 13 the high in Buffalo. Sheridan, same winter weather, highs 14, snow. Winter weather advisory in the morning for Newcastle. You might see another 2 inches of snow this morning in Newcastle with highs just 19. Torrington, winter weather even comes to Torrington. Chance of snow. This will be in the early part of the day with highs 22 in Torrington. Wheatland, also snow. Cheyenne, partly sunny, windy with highs 28. Slight chance of snow in Laramie after 11. Partly sunny afternoon, 23. Rawlins, chance of snow in the morning with highs 23. So, yes, some remnants, the last of the system as it pushes through and out of Wyoming. That was pulse 2, by the way. Don Day promised 3 pulses and said the third will be on the way momentarily towards the end of the week into the weekend. So we'll ask Don if that's still on schedule. These 3 Pacific Ocean pulses bringing moisture, bringing snow, and doing naughty things to I-80. Let's take a look at your road conditions. They're not great. That Interstate 80 closed for most of the day yesterday. I don't know if it was a pretty good wreck, multi-vehicle pileup, and I think it is still closed. Maybe not. Closed to windy, extreme blowover risk, which, pretty much everybody ignores that. So yeah, it doesn't look, it looks like they're back open on I-80. That's good news. You got, obviously slicking spots with strong winds in the southeast part of the state, like between Rock Springs and Evanston, Interstate 80, and you're going to have strong winds heading east as well. Elk Mountain, the usual. Laramie, the usual, closed to all high-profile vehicles. You want to be carrying 40,000 in weight minimum. Slick, snowfall, strong winds, limited visibility. So you got stretches of I-80 still open, except when you get down towards Cheyenne. Between Laramie and Cheyenne right now, that's a no-go. Interstate 80 closed and estimated opening time unknown. And that's winter conditions. Between mile marker 16, we all know where that is. Truckers know, probably. But, the average motorist, let's just say between, you can get east of Laramie a little bit, and then that interstate's going to shut down. So travel today between Cheyenne and Laramie, no. And I know some legislators are trying to get to, well, most of them, you presumably are already in Cheyenne. Some people interested in certain bills, former legislators, those lobbyists, others who just want to eyes on what's going on. Maybe you want to get there to the state capitol to hand out checks. Hopefully you're arriving from the north where Interstate 25 is open, but Interstate 80 is not. So, yeah, you're not going to be able to get to Cheyenne from Laramie. Can't get there from here. YDOT's got all the info you need to know. Just text or call 511 to get the latest scoop. Stories were followed. Oh, and by the way, Ask Abby trivia will be concerning Winter Olympics today. Just a heads up. She was ready for that last week. She was all boned up. She was all... Why do they say boned up? Maybe I'm the only one who says that. I'd like to know the derivation of that. Bone up to cram for an examination to master information quickly. Boned up. Where did that come from? Origin, student slang from the 19th century, 1880s, possibly derived from the use of Bohn's classical library. Bone spelled with B-O-H-N. Students in the 1880s would refer to boned up, as in I had to bone up on European history before the trip. That's odd. I bet pretty soon that's going to be out of daily lexicon. Pretty soon. You know, you ever see phrases, words, terms that are used back in, even like 1940s or 1920? If you ever read a newspaper from 1920, it's difficult because we talked different. It's still English, but you read a story from, say 1923 newspaper, and it's so odd how different the English is today. Same words, same English, but you'll see phrases there that you're like, what? What is that? You'll have no idea because it's fallen out of favor in just 100 years. What about 100 years prior to that? 1820 newspaper. So certainly boned up, a phrase that began in the 1880s, presumably, and still barely used today. In another 10, 20, 30 years, nobody's going to know what bone up means at all. It'll be gone. First appeared in the written word in 1859, supposedly, in a West Point scrapbook. West Point. Oh, wow. When cadets talked about having to bone up for an exam. West Point Life. Interesting. Bone up. Yeah, everybody attributes it to the bone story, B-O-H-N. Bone up. Yeah, well, all right. Abby, bone up. That'll be our first question for Abby later today. Whether she knows the phrase bone up. Cram for this exam. It's going to be Winter Olympics. Things that you should know because we're in the middle of Winter Olympics. For instance, when was the first Winter Olympics? Who's got the most gold medals? If you've been watching the Winter Olympics on TV, you probably would know the correct answers from any of these by now. You would know what country leads the medal. The most gold medals, what country? Winter Olympics. Hint, spoiler alert, it's not the United States. Yeah, that'll be our Ask Abby segment later today. Stories in the Cowboy State Daily over the last 24 hours. Carbon County GOP calling for its reps to resign over their silence on Checkgate. Oh, can we just get over this already? Carbon, are they the county that just doesn't like any of their electeds? Aren't they the county that doesn't like their commissioners? That's another county. Claire McFarland has a story. The Carbon County Republican Party is turning on its own. They've adopted their own resolutions calling for the resignation of State House representative members and one top GOP leader. They want the immediate resignation of Republican Representatives Joe Webb out of Lyman, Marlene Brady, Green River, Darren McCann, Rock Springs. All three apparently were too silent for the county Republican Party of Carbon, those leaders, when it came to the Checkgate scandal, and when two Democrats in particular, we haven't had Mike Yin on the show regarding this, but we have had Representative Yin on the show a couple times. But Carly Provenza took the photo and took exception with the Checkgate check handout. Representative Mike Yin called for recognition, called for certain things, and was pretty much shouted down, beginning with Rachel Rodriguez Williams, who thought that Representative Yin was out of order, and the Republicans, who by far outnumber the Democrats, did very little to acknowledge the check handing out, and in fact slapped the wrist of those who did notice the checks handing out, scolded the Democrats for whatever, for raising a ruckus. Quiet, you Democrats. Nothing happened here. And then some were just silent. Nobody from the Republican side said, yeah, you're right. This does look bad. Nobody. In those first few days, the check handing out Monday after the close of business, media got a hold of it by Wednesday-ish. Meanwhile, business goes by Tuesday, and Representative Yin is saying, hey, listen, what happened yesterday? We still need to do something about this. This is terrible. Nothing. Crickets. From McCann, who received a check, Webb, Brady, according to the Carbon County Republican Party, they say, hey, you should have done more. You should have done something. Well, I don't know if this resolution's going to go anywhere, but Carbon County Republicans not happy with the way their representatives reacted initially, which was no reaction. Meanwhile, the Teton County GOP is busy peddling their presser, which basically says, we never heard of Rebecca Bextel, or not, she acted completely on her own. We didn't know about the checks. Nothing, we got nothing to do with this. Yeah, you could have seen that coming. Interesting story in the Cowboy State Daily. Claire McFarland, Carbon County GOP scolding 4 state reps for their silence on the whole scandal. The party says they knew defamation claims aimed at Representative Mike Yin for making check passing public were wrong, but didn't speak out. So, yeah, it's not only the lack of recognition that the whole check thing had bad optics and wasn't appropriate on the floor, but also when one of their own peers, now not their party, but one of their own peers, a fellow lawmaker, cried foul, was shouted down, was scolded. These representatives didn't stand up. Allegations from the Carbon County GOP. House and Senate still trying to come together, working out a budget. The Senate ended late last night, but the House, not to be outdone, ended up even later. They've been working well into the night trying to figure out the budget, trying to reconcile. Senate's probably doing it quicker because they're more inclined to accept the governor's $11 billion budget. They seem to be more okay with pretty much everything there. Meanwhile, over at the House, they are redlining everything and making drastic cuts as promised by appropriations, where we saw the Freedom Caucus and their intent to right-size government and slash bloat. They are slashing. And how are the two bodies going to come together? I have no idea. We're going to be looking at more late nights, that's for sure. But the talk yesterday, Claire McFarland said it was a lot to do with the coming showdown over the cuts to the university, $40 million in grant fund cut. Those two chambers do not see eye to eye on the cuts to UW. We'll have today University of Wyoming's Matt Burgess on to talk about those cuts. He's with the university, so obviously we already know his thoughts on the cuts, but he's got a unique take on what they'll do to the university and why they're just not necessary. He understands the university can come under scrutinization. He understands that the curriculum, or there's things about the university that some don't like that might need fixing, but to just cut is not going to bring about the change you want, says Matt Burgess. We'll have him on later and talk about that issue because that's huge heading into this budget session. Cuts to the university. I don't know that we've seen anything quite like that in past budget sessions. Also, a lot of talk about fraud over the last 24 hours. Senators vowing to crack down on the fraud that often derives from our LLC protections. Secretary of State Chuck Gray often touts as a positive the fact that the state has very business-friendly LLC laws. And people are attracted to our LLC laws because they're able to incorporate, they're able to form businesses and without divulging a lot of information. So if your intent is to remain on the down low, if you don't want your name out there, you can create LLCs. There's great protections afforded individuals when it comes to LLCs in Wyoming. Secretary of State Gray said that's a positive, but he does acknowledge it does create an environment where people could take advantage of this fact and create shell companies and do stuff. So he's always said, I need more money from my department, from my office, to make sure people aren't abusing LLCs. And the abuse of LLCs is what the senators are looking at right now. We'll have Cale Case on, Senator Cale Case. He'll talk about that in particular because that's one of his things is fraud in LLC. And then there's cattle fraud. But not cattle rustling, but cattle fraud. Kate Meadows has the story too good to be true. One Wyoming rancher not surprised upon hearing of a $200 million cattle fraud case that's hit 14 other states. A Sublette County rancher said he never trusted the claims, calling them too good to be true. We're talking about Agrodime and the great cattle fraud. So LLC fraud, cattle fraud, and closing of Interstate 80. Those are your topics today, plus many special guests. Let's get our first break in here in the first hour, just underway on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Hey Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Oh, poor Lindsey Vonn. I'm just reading that her dog died the day after her horrific crash. Man, talk about an awful couple of days. Lindsey Vonn, the 41-year-old skier who had that horrific crash, broke her leg. She said the day after that, while in the hospital, her dog Leo had to be put down. They brought the dog to her in her hospital bed in Italy, so she got to say goodbye to Leo. Dang, that's tough. Big hockey games coming up in the Olympics. Canada, U.S. in both the men's and women's, I think. Both men's and women hockey teams, gold medal games are going to come down to those two countries. Not surprising. I mean, the Czechs play some good hockey. Czechias, what are they called now? Are they even called Czechoslovakia anymore? They're called Czechia. That doesn't sound right. Yeah, I think they're no longer going by Czechoslovakia. But the Czechs are good at hockey. The Swedes are good at hockey. But in the end, who usually emerges in these Winter Olympics, especially now that they're letting professional hockey players play again, which for a while they didn't. But if they're going to suspend the National Hockey League, the NHL, where the best of the best play, then it's not surprising you'll end up with a U.S., Canada playing for all the gold. If professionals were left out, certainly you'd see the Czechs, the Swedes, other countries having a chance. Germany, even France has a chance. But when the pros are in and they're in there this year again, then yeah, it's going to be U.S. and Canada. For the men's Winter Olympics medal round, which will take place February 21st. It's going to be Canada versus Finland. Canada or Finland versus U.S. or Slovakia. But I think February 22nd. That'll be the gold medal game in the morning, early in the morning, 8:10 Eastern. A little later, earlier for us. Ooh. And then for the women's side, I don't know where the women's are, but the women's going to come down to Canada and U.S. if it hasn't already. Anyway, I just wanted to talk about that Lindsey Vonn, her dog died. Eesh. Greg Johnson has a story in the Cowboy State Daily. Brothers wanted by ICE were nabbed with 75 pounds of drugs driving across Wyoming. These brothers from Ecuador, they were on ICE's hit list. This is the reason why ICE is doing their thing. I know people don't like what's happening in Minneapolis. There's been maybe evidence that ICE is not as trained as they should be, and definitely Border Patrol. I think the ICE agents might be a little further along, but the Border Patrol guys, yeah, I wonder how much thorough training they've had with their operations. But this is why they're doing it. Pair of brothers from Ecuador in the country illegally hauling 75 pounds of methamphetamine. 75 pounds of in total drugs speeding across Wyoming. Yeah, good job picking them up. Under a plea agreement, one of them sentenced on February 9th already. Brothers Edgar Vega, and his brother Pedro Vega, 22 and 23-year-olds. And I assume stopped by Wyoming Highway Patrol. Yeah. HP Trooper Clancy Gines was traveling west on Interstate 80 when he saw a black sedan with a shattered side mirror. It was speeding, pulled him over, and made the arrest. It was back in July 5th in 2025. We're just now hearing of the court case and the disposition of these two Ecuadorian brothers. One sentenced after pleading. And I think they're both going to do time in the U.S. They were possessed meth, fentanyl, cocaine, and heroin. Under the plea agreement, sentenced to 9 to 27 months in federal prison instead of the max 10-year, and then deported. Yeah, the problem with catching ICE people after they've committed or during the commission of a crime, rather than, catching somebody wanted by ICE who's here illegally, who we know is doing crime, catching and deporting, assuming they stay out of country, then that's not on the taxpayer dime as bad as catching in the act, in the commission of a crime, sentencing said illegal to 20 to 30 years in a federal prison. Now we got to feed and house these people for 3 decades, then deport them. Ugh, I don't like the looks of that. 2 charged with illegal out-of-season wolf killing. Mark Hines has that story. 2 men charged in connection with harvesting a wolf near Cody. Wolf was killed in the wolf hunting zone, but was shot without a license and out of season. Game and Fish doing more investigating there. Wendy Core has a cool story about where to find some Wyomingites this time of year. I would guess Arizona. But she says Mesquite is the new Arizona. The annual gathering of Wyoming Snowbird Rendezvous in Mesquite, Nevada, which is also a growing Wyoming place. Mesquite started, man, I remember Mesquite 20 years ago, and it was nothing. It was barely anything. I know some business people in Jackson that were investing in Mesquite, believing it was going to be the next Wickenburg, Arizona, the next snowbird location. And sure enough, they may have been ahead of their time 20 years ago, but look at it now. Mesquite is a growing place for a lot of folks from Montana, Wyoming. When we get tired of the snow, we go down there and hang out. More than 300 Wyomingites showed up last year. Wendy Core must have been down there hanging out with them. They like to winter in Nevada in the Mesquite area, and they hold an annual Wyoming Snowbird Rendezvous that always ends in the singing of Ragtime Cowboy Joe. Of course. How else would you put a finish on that get-together? Mesquite, Nevada, that's where you can find all Wyomingites now. Have you seen a penny lately? They are fast disappearing, are they not? Wendy Core has this story about the penny. As Wyoming begins rounding, pennies vanish from cash registers. Very hard to find even one those trays. When you go to the C-store, you go to the gas station or whatever, and you got the take a penny, leave a penny thing. They're gone. If you still have one sitting around, it's got nickels and dimes in it, because the nickel is the new penny. Penny is so fast extinct. I mean, long time ago, I thought there was no need for a penny other than, there's macroeconomics where the penny is, how do you eliminate? You can't eliminate the theoretical need for 1 cent. 1 cent exists because 10 of them is 10 cents. 100 of them is $1. That's real money. So you can't just say there isn't a penny. If you go to your checking account right now, if you go to your online bank and look and see how much you have in savings, and I don't want to make you sad, but yeah, take a look right now, how much you have in savings, and see if that number doesn't end in a penny some way or another. 1 cent, 6 cents, 27 cents. It's going to end in pennies more than likely. Do they suddenly disappear from your? Does your bank, does Capital One say, you know what? You did have $9,876.27 in your account, but there's no more pennies now, thanks to Trump getting rid of them. So we're gonna round you down to the nearest nickel. No, the penny's still there. 1 cent still exists. In theory, in digital money. But as far as transactions in cash, which also barely exist, there's no more pennies. You're not reaching in your pocket looking for them. There's no more penny, take a penny, leave a penny trays. The penny's gone. And how are retailers dealing with that? The fact that when they punch the keys on your cash register and they get an amount, and how do they reconcile the penny? The question is, are you rounding up? You're rounding down? What is the official way to do it? It depends. Businesses are taking care of it in different ways. Wendy Core found out at Zapata's Mexican restaurant in Cody. Is it Zapata's or Zapata's? I don't know. I've not been there. Owner Vi Tryon said they already phased out the penny. They've been doing it over a year ago. Vi said, I started rounding to the nickel more than a year ago. Already, I've been ahead of it. He doesn't say which way. Rounding to the nickel, probably the closest way, right? If it's 7 cents, we round down. If it's 8 cents or more, we round up. So, it's just pennies here and there. Now, it adds up when you're talking about, millions of pennies. That's real money. But often what you'll see in businesses, for instance, is this kind of a sign. And Wendy Core took a photo of it. Beginning December 22nd, 2025, due to the elimination of the penny from circulation, the city of Cody will begin applying rounding to cash payments only. Cash payments will be rounded to the nearest 5 cents. So, yeah, they're going up or down, depending. 2 cents down to the 0 and 3 cents up to the 5 cent. But the reality of eliminating the penny is starting to be seen, and Wendy Core's got that story for you in the Cowboy State Daily.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
King Charles had Andrew, his brother, arrested on his birthday. Ouch. Andrew is royalty, right? I don't follow the UK and the royals. Some people do. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, arrested on his birthday, suspicion of misconduct in public office. He's also named in the Epstein files, apparently. They probably arrested him right in the middle of a polo match. Don't those rich UK guys in royalty they're always playing polo or on a yacht? One or the other. Yeah, that's big news for some people, certainly in the UK. Andrew arrested on his birthday. What is his official title? If you're a brother of the king, are you you're not a prince. Isn't he something? He's a royal. He's got royal blood. I mean, prick him and doth he not bleed blue? Yeah, he's a blue blood of some kind. I don't know. Are the roads still closed coming from Lyman? That's Sean wants to know. Well, it depends on which way you're headed from Lyman, right? I'll check it for you, Sean, just because, I got a little else to do until next hour. We are going to do this day in history in a moment. Roads from Lyman. All roads lead to Lyman. Let's see. I think you're all right down there as long as it's not blowing. Yeah, you can go either way on Interstate 80 down there in Lyman. You just have advisories regarding wind eastbound around the Lyman area, slicking spots with extreme wind. So as long as you're not driving something tall and light, yeah, you can drive around. You check some webcams. You can do all this. You can do this stuff if you got internets, and I'm assuming you do. You reached out and asked me something. I'm sure you got the interwebs. You can look at all the webcams and take a look at what the road looks like. But so far, just takes one dude in a semi-tractor trailer to get sideways, and then everybody piles up behind him. That's what we saw yesterday. All day, Interstate 80 had problems. And it wasn't that much snow, really. I mean, it was some sideways blowing snow, a little bit slick, but it wasn't like the blizzard of the century. It's just, less and less people can drive in winter anymore. There were cars with, that shouldn't be out there and bad tires. But a lot of truckers who may not have the experience of driving in winter, when they left the loading dock in Pennsylvania, the weather was great all the way up, and Nebraska started getting worse, and they get to Wyoming, and maybe they're new to over the road trucking to these long hauls. I don't know. Daryl Orr's our go-to trucking specialist. He's listening usually when he's on the job. Daryl, what say you? There's more and more and more truck traffic on Interstate 80. I don't ever remember a time when trucks made up such a heavy percentage of everybody on Interstate 80. I don't know what the latest numbers are. 80% of the traffic on Interstate 80 's commercial truckers, something like that. Certainly the great majority. And if you've got all these truckers, more and more and more commercial truckers, and assuming we're arresting and getting off the road the ones that are in the country illegally, that leaves you down to a guy who got his CDL last month. And maybe he's never been to Wyoming or has not driven in winter conditions. That's obvious. Every time it snows one little bitty inch in Wyoming, trucks are everywhere. Sideways, upside down, facing the wrong way. I'm just assuming there's just more and more truckers. It's an industry where it's hard to find anyone with a healthy prostate who wants to be a trucker. And so you got to hire probably a lot of rookies. And they just have not driven in all conditions yet. They don't have the experience behind the wheel. That's my explanation. So there you go, Sean. Yeah, you're good to go in Lyman. Be careful, drive safe. This day in history involves the following. It's February 19th. Guy named William F. Cody joined the 7th Volunteer Kansas Cavalry this day, 1864. Bill Cody, Buffalo Bill. 1887, the final run of the Black Hills stage left Cheyenne. Railroad coming in. 1887, the last stage run of the Black Hills left Cheyenne for the Black Hills, Rapid City, etc. A bill prohibiting gambling was signed into law this day, 1901. In 1915, more laws signed. The governor signed acts pertaining to improvements at the state capitol adding wings onto the Capitol building. This is 1915, and approving a property tax in order to pay for it. Also in 1915, on this day, the Natrona County Tribune merged with the Wyoming Weekly Review, therefore combined to create one of the greatest newspapers of all times. 1917, this day, the State Highway Commission, created by the signature of the governor, of an act approving it. Prior to this day, 1917, Wyoming lacked any kind of a highway department. It was drive as catch can. It was just, roads were a mess, man. 1917, the State Highway Commission created. Today we call it WYDOT. 1942, this day, FDR signed an executive order. It was number 9066, if you're wondering. It authorized the removal of any or all people from military areas as deemed necessary or desirable. This would lead to the eventual internment camps, Heart Mountain near Cody. There were many other internment camps. I was surprised to see a map showing just where all of them were out west. Great many. And Heart Mountain was just one of them. 1945, this day, U.S. government imposed a midnight curfew on all places of entertainment. Oh, bar had to close by midnight. 1945, Vice President George Bush on this day in 1986 addressed the Wyoming legislature. 1986, this day. All these things happen on this day, February 19th. Time to rodeo with Will and the Western Ag Network.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Made it to Tucson, Arizona. Arizona's celebration of the cowboy. You know, the Cowboys give me a lot of grief about saying holy mackerel when something good happens in the arena. And it's kind of become a little bit of a trademark, but it has to be holy mackerel worthy, right? Rocker Steiner and I talk about that next. Stay close.
Ranchers, when you're buying bulls, you want the ones that'll work where you do. The Oxbow invites you to their annual bull sale Wednesday, March 4th, 1 o'clock at the ranch in Wolf Creek, Montana. This year selling 75 yearling bulls and 25 rugged 2-year-olds raised in rough, steep country. Now these bulls are zero creep, never pampered on irrigated pastures, just functional cattle built to last. Lunch served at noon. For more information and a catalog, visit oxbowranchangus.com. And you can view bulls online and bid online at superiorlivestock.com.
Feeding through winter shouldn't feel like guesswork. Smart Lick tubs make sure your herd gets the protein they need every day, no matter the weather. Reliable intake, proven performance, peace of mind for you. It's not about working harder, it's about feeding smarter. Feed Smart Lick protein tubs for consistent nutrition and confident performance. Go to smartlick.com. That's smartlic.com to find your dealer.
I turned on the Cowboy Channel. I don't watch the Cowboy Channel very often, Rocker, because I'm afraid I'll hear me, and I don't like to hear me.
Holy mackerel!
That has become kind of a trademark, Rocker. You know that?
It is. It's good.
Is
I like
it? You ran up to me at the South Point the other day before night number 1 and said, "Holy mackerel, it's the old man."
Yeah.
So
it's just like if somebody said like if I text Weston Timmerman holy mackerel, like I promise you he's gonna read it in your voice.
Is that right?
Oh yeah, like if I think of you, I can hear your voice saying that.
Oh, good. I'll take that as a compliment.
It is a compliment. It's a big compliment.
I want to thank Rocker Steiner for joining us over the last week or so. No matter what, he is a world champion. He's been to 4 national finals rodeos, just won that world title. He is always very polite to me and my wife and his dad and granddad who are with him a lot. They're always very congenial as well. So for all the haters out there, Rocker Steiner is quite an athlete, and you cannot question the talent that young man displays in the rodeo arena. Thanks to Rocker Steiner. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
How do you get to the NFR? Practice, practice, practice. No, wait, that's something else. You get to the NFR by going to Cheyenne Frontier Days, Daddy of them all, and earning a big paycheck. They just increased rodeo prize money to $960,000 in total this year at the Daddy of them all. That's up from $770,000. So, yeah, more prize money than ever. Tom Herszig will be on later today. We'll talk all things Cheyenne Frontier Days. 148 days left for that. Right now, it's time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. 2 men have been charged in connection with an illegal wolf kill near Cody. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that even though the wolf was killed in a wolf hunting zone, authorities allege it was shot without a license and out of season.
The problem is it took place in June, so 2 problems with that. Number 1, the season didn't even start until September. Number 2, the person who the game warden says killed the wolf did not have a license. So you're hunting out of season without a license, so it's kind of a double whammy. And then another person that was with him allegedly is being charged as an accessory to that crime or that violation that supposedly took place.
Charges were filed on Friday in Park County Circuit Court in Cody against Noah Mick of Cody and Carbondale, Colorado, and Cole A. Mick of Glenwood Springs, Colorado. The wolf was allegedly killed by Noah Mick on June 1st, 2025, months before wolf season opened, and that's according to citations issued by Wyoming Game and Fish. Wyoming has surpassed Delaware as the top state for business and corporations per capita, and with that has come more LLC fraud. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the state Senate passed a bill on Wednesday that could crack down on using the state's business-friendly LLC laws to scam people.
In Wyoming, it's fairly easy to assign a registered agent and for no one to be able to figure out who's really running this company. And a lot of times they're just registered in Wyoming, but they're doing business in another state. Well, along comes this piece of legislation today, Senate File 82.
The bill passed 23-8 and now heads to the Wyoming House, but its passage exposed a divide in the Senate over whether the state's wildly successful business incorporation industry has become a magnet for fraud. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Make sure you're at the Cody Night Rodeo this year, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. YDOT wants to remind you, with ice and snow, take it slow. Pay attention to reduced speed limits and use low beam and hazard lights in areas of fog and blowing snow. This message from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just for $250 a month. No copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit HoskinsonHealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A pair of brothers from Ecuador will spend more than 2 years in prison for hauling nearly 75 pounds of illegal drugs across Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the U.S. Attorney's Office announced they were also wanted by ICE.
These guys cut a deal, and it's a pretty good deal because each of them got sentenced to 27 months in prison and then probation. But the probation might not matter because as soon as they get out, they're being deported.
The U.S. District Court for Wyoming sentenced 23-year-old Edgar Narvas Vega to 27 months in a federal prison instead of the maximum 10-year sentence he could have received if convicted at trial of possession with intent to distribute meth, fentanyl, cocaine, and heroin. Edgar's brother, 22-year-old Pedro Naves Vega, also got the same deal, according to federal court records. Wyoming hasn't been yet linked to a cattle fraud case that hit 14 other states. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports Agridime, out of Texas, is accused of offering a deal that Sublette County rancher and former Green River Valley Cattlemen's Association president Mike Vickery said sounded too good to be true.
5 individuals connected to this company, which is based out of Texas, were indicted last week for allegedly targeting cattle ranchers and cattle buyers and feedlots. Allegedly, a cattle buyer would pay this company $2,000 for a cow. The company would raise the cow, feed it, then butcher it and process it, sell the meat, and the investor would make money off of that initial purchase. About 2,000 to 2,200 people are owed money in this case.
According to the U.S. Justice Department, 5 people connected to Agridime collectively squandered $220 million from 2,200 victims between January 2021 and December 2023. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
I've been running code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
analytics and empathy. That's how I'm getting clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I'm more than who I am on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's a Thursday. Senator Cale Case joins us straight out of Lander. He's in Cheyenne now, but usually I think you'll find him in Lander. Representing Fremont County, Senate District 25's had that gig since 1999. Previous was in the House, HD 54, for about 5 years or so. Chairs the Senate Corporation Committee, that's a powerful one. And was probably up late last night. Maybe not as late as the House. They've been burning the midnight oil. What about you, Senator Case? How'd it go? It's you got to jam a lot into this budget session, and I'm afraid you may be working Saturday. I don't know. The House might.
Well, it sure is possible the House might. I think the Senate's we're more on schedule, and our days haven't been too bad.
Good.
I'm kind of proud of us.
Good, because I think maybe you're a little closer to the $11 billion budget turned in by the governor, whereas the House, boy, they're not quite as close. Let's say that. So that's good news because there's a lot to do in this session. Recalibration, possible cuts, just reconciling the budget between the two chambers, Senate and House. That's going to take a little bit of time. So, yeah. I want to ask you first off, before we dig into the issues of 2026 and the budget session, I wanted to ask you about representing Fremont County, the places you represent Fremont County, because it also includes the Wind River Indian Reservation. That's complex, Senator, to try to get the concerns of those constituents, others. It's tough to do, and very often those concerns of the Wind River Indian Reservation are very different. I mean, just going back to cleanup of uranium tailings, whatever it is, there are concerns on the reservation that may not be the concerns of those in Lander.
Yeah, it's probably the most complex and most diverse district in the state of Wyoming, and I'm very proud to be able to represent that variety of people, and I just appreciate it. I also chair the Tribal Relations Committee on the Senate side, along with Ivan Posey on the House side, and that's an important tool for having good relations with the people of the Wind River Indian Reservation and their governments. And so it's a challenge, but I'm up to it.
For those of our listeners who may not be familiar with Senator Case, I have to say, where you been? The guy's been doing this for a long time, but just check up, learn fast, do some cramming on him on Wikipedia. And Wikipedia says Senator Case, known for his contrarian and libertarian views. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I hope so. I really do have a personal commitment to liberty. And I feel that, Wyoming is strongest when we have kind of a live and let live stance. I think that's been eroded in the past few years, but I think we're going to get that back.
I think the contrarian and a lot of the libertarian, if you want to attach those labels to Senator Case, comes from the fact that sometimes you'll find him not in lockstep with the Republican Party today, whether it's a ban on same-sex marriages, where I think Senator Case said, what is your concerns on that? Banning same-sex marriage, you are not down with it. For why?
Well, actually, I believe that the marriage relationship, as dictated by our faiths, is one thing, and I think the marriage in a civil world that has certain civil benefits and civil responsibilities is a different thing. And so I certainly support any faith that doesn't want to marry same-sex couples, absolutely, all the way. But on the other hand, I have friends. I have a gay couple that have been together 50 years. Their relationship is more solid than a lot of heterosexual relationships that I could possibly know. If they weren't married, they may not have the right to have a right to see each other if one were sick in the hospital. There's just so many aspects of that. And here's the deal. That being recognized in a civil manner doesn't hurt anybody else. And that's kind of the libertarian core, right?
Yeah.
If it doesn't hurt anybody else and it provides some benefits, let's do it.
I see similar thinking in your stance on abortion as well. We've seen that issue, the Roe v. Wade, and then the state Supreme Court decision. And just the idea that government, I don't need government in your living room, in your bedroom, giving government wide sweeping too much power. Let's talk about Senate Joint Resolution 7.
Yeah, but before we do that, let's talk about the original platform in our Constitution that gave healthcare decisions to the individual and said you have the right to make your own healthcare decisions. Well, I was a co-sponsor of that amendment quite a few years ago, and that amendment is the linchpin of saying that the legislature doesn't have the right to make your healthcare decisions for you. I'm sorry. A lot of people around here would like to do that, but our Constitution doesn't allow that. And they tried to change the Constitution this time, but it was way too broad. And honestly, we're not very good at some of these decisions. And as you can see, we get down the populist bandwagon. There's a movement to do this and a movement to do that. You don't want that to be what determines your right to healthcare. And remember that the SJ7 that we're talking about, it didn't have anything, it didn't say the word abortion. It didn't do anything with respect to regulating abortion. It was all healthcare. So let's just roll back a few years, whether you're on the mask or the no mask side or the vaccinate or the other side, it could come back to hurt people in that. And that's wrong.
Maybe, Senator, you're just ahead of your time. A while ago, when Medicaid has come up, and it comes up all the time, Medicaid expansion, you were in the minority for it, and you said, I think health markets are really screwed up. Boy, are they.
They really are. And it's very difficult for someone who has a chronic disease that doesn't have access to good health insurance to manage that disease. It doesn't manage very well by you appearing in the emergency rooms, and it's more expensive for everybody. And it leads to a lot of uncompensated care that our hospitals have to eat. So I believe that Medicaid expansion would be very good for rural Wyoming healthcare providers, hospitals, and practitioners. And I'm absolutely adamant about that. The numbers prove it. But we have a lot of dogma here saying we don't want to do that. But there is no way that you can call healthcare a competitive market or something that the market works very well.
Senator Cale Case is with us. Let's get down to the nuts and bolts of the 2026 budget session. Let's start at the university. We had on yesterday former Justice Marilyn Kite, who suggested that perhaps there is some anti-university feelings in the legislature because not as many lawmakers attended UW as in years past. You did for the BA and a PhD in economics, so you know the value of the university. Where are you on these proposed cuts to taking $40 million away from that university?
Well, I supported the amendment that restored the governor's budget, which included the $40 million for the university. It includes the money for Wyoming Public Television. And here's what it is. We're not in a budget crisis right now. We are really not. Our university is important to the state. It's important to the youth in our state. And it's the flagship. And it's all we got. And I'm adamant that we need to try to have the best possible university we can afford, and that it's not a good idea to Mickey Mouse it. I also believe in academic freedom. I believe in the board of trustees that can direct a university and provide for the state, and they don't need to be meddled in by the legislature for the exact same reasons about healthcare, everybody. Yeah. We don't always make the right decisions. You've seen how we get on the bandwagon here and Katie bar the door.
Senator Cale Case, let's talk about the Wyoming Business Council. From defunding to dissolving it completely to we need to check under the hood better to where you stand with the Wyoming Business Council?
Well, look, for years I've kind of been critical of having grants to private businesses. I'm not sure that that's a proper role of government to do this, but the Business Council's real starring role has been to help communities prepare for new businesses and to help with infrastructure and to help recruit businesses. And they've done a great job. And, so the infrastructure grants, the business-ready communities, those have been really significantly good programs that have benefited small communities. We can tweak about grants to individual businesses. I'm ready to go there in a heartbeat, but I am. That's not the debate that you can have in this kind of cauldron of people pushing their ideas forward. So I'm supporting the Business Council. Let's maybe take a good look at it over the interim. But you got to admit, the Business Council has done a lot of good across the state, and I hear from lots and lots of communities and commercial entities that support it.
For the last few years, certainly this time around, again in the session, property tax relief has been an issue. You've been right there with it. I know you introduced, I believe, or sponsored the Senate File 86, Wyoming Property Tax Relief Authority. Would have created a property tax relief authority. What is that? What was your vision there? And what's your overall feeling about property tax relief? We gave 25% off, I think, now for 2 years. Is that going to sunset? Do we need to do more? What do you think about property tax relief for folks?
Well, it's a complicated question.
Yeah.
But in the bigger picture is Wyoming's a funny state. More of our money comes out of Cheyenne and flows to local communities than any other state, whether it's for schools or for other things. Communities don't really raise a lot of their own funds. One source of local funding, and remember, property taxes are local funding, is the property tax. And if you look at Wyoming compared to other states, we don't have that very high of property taxes. We truly, truly don't. We did see a rapid increase for a few years, and some places that still continues. One of the biggest being Teton County. Teton County, the richest county in America, was also the big squawker about property taxes and got the most relief from everything we've done so far. Now think about that. Is that really what we want? My Property Tax Relief Authority looks at people and their individual situations. There's already an existing program in Wyoming that's not being used where you can have your property taxes deferred. And if you're elderly, you can defer those taxes for years. Eventually, it'll probably be collected when your house transfers to someone else, okay? That's the way it works. But it's a county-based program, and people don't want to ask the government for help. My idea was to create a private program. The authority would just provide overall funding and security in the form of bonds, but the program would be ran by local banks. You go to the local bank, you get a loan to pay your property taxes. The government doesn't really, the county government, the assessor doesn't even have to know where your money came from. You write a check like everybody else, but you borrowed the money to do it. It amounts to a lien on your house that gets paid down the road. It's a good deal for the government because the reason your property taxes have gone up is because the value of your house has gone up 20 times more. And so it would never lose money. It would give privacy to people to be able to seek relief and remain in their homes. The situation where we actually lower property taxes in all these homes is a problem because what it does is it keeps people in homes they don't need anymore. And it gums up the market so that single family homes where the kids are all gone, but the family lives there because now they've got a lower property tax. It doesn't turn over in the market. It doesn't go to a younger couple that has children and wants to use it. It really is a bad idea. Remember also, the last time we had the constitutional amendment about creating a new tier for residential, and we're implementing that this year, it looks like. That was funded. Who's that funded by? That was funded by the realtors. They put $500,000 into getting that approved. Why did they do that? So they can sell to out-of-state people who come in and they can say, we don't have high property taxes. We've lowered them for residential, and they'll drive up house prices, which is what caused the problem in the first place. So, I think we could be a lot more sensible with how we approach property tax relief.
There's a lot of moving parts. It is indeed complex. And when you talk about how much money comes out of Cheyenne and Wyoming, that uniqueness, and the fact that we have a tax that is that targets locally and in a way probably works well that way. You know, you look at places where your property tax is highest is probably where your county and community spends the most. You need it to be highest. So yeah, I see that. One last thing, Senator Case, and boy, we all want to put this behind us, the great Checkgate. That was not a good look. I said it happened on the House, and the Senate made some definitive moves to make sure stuff like this doesn't happen. What is your general? You've been there a while in Cheyenne at the Capitol. You ever seen anything like it? And what is your thoughts?
No, I haven't. And my colleague, Senator Scott, he's been here longer than me by a fair bit, and neither one of us can recall anything like this happening. Now, it's just terrible optics.
Yeah.
But here's something that's happening, everybody, and pay attention to this because the money in elections is going off the chart, and it's partly because of third-party money, dark money, if you will, that's driving the cost of these campaigns. And that we all saw the mailers. It'll happen to me this year. I'm going to be target number one. And you'll get a mailer every day, and it'll be by someone we've never heard of.
Yeah.
And it'll cost a lot of money. It's going to cost me a lot of money to fight that. I've got to raise a lot of money this year. And in years past, my elections have been pretty modestly funded. But that is a bad driver here. I'm not excusing this behavior. It is reprehensible. It's reprehensible that someone that actually didn't even have lobbyist credentials, all right, wasn't considered a lobbyist. They were considered a journalist. Now, that's by their credentials, just because they have some flaky news organization. I'm telling you, that's something we need to fix. And for the members that took those checks, they have to live with that. There is an investigation going. and the sheriff is involved from Laramie County. I'm not sure where that's going to go because it's awful hard to prove the quid pro quo that you need to have to prove that bribery occurred. But just the optics, it's silly, and people pay attention. Pay attention to people that took the checks, all right, and pay attention to the people that gave the checks, and realize what all the organizations they're connected with in the state. And when those mailers come out from those same organizations, pay attention to that.
Senator Cale Case representing District 25. That's Fremont County for the most part. Senator, thanks for making time for us this morning.
Thank you. I appreciate you very much. Take care.
All righty. Let's get to, we gotta get to Don Day right now. We got to do a little weather forecasting. Senator, I'm going to bounce you out of the Zoom room just to make room for Don Day. Don't take any offense to that. And then we got Congresswoman Harriet Hageman. Oh, man, we have them lined up. First, let's get Don Day in here and see what our weather's going to be. We got a little bit of winter. We're just watching Pulse 2 move through the state with Pulse 3 on the way. What's the timing of this? And, boy, you're messing things up on the interstate a little bit, Don.
Yeah, roads are not in good shape in a lot of areas. We do have closures. If you've got to go anywhere, check before you go, as we like to say, because the snow that came down last night melted, then froze. So we've got a layer of ice in many areas underneath the snow.
Yeah. Still seeing an inch, 2 remaining for some parts of the state. Some parts of the state still to get their share of Pulse 2. And then what? Just colder. Now we're seeing the Canadian influence. Cold tonight, huh?
Yeah. There'll be a lot of places below zero. In fact, some areas dipped a little below zero last night up in the far northern areas of the state. The next pulse number 3 is mainly going to be a Utah-Colorado system. It's tracking a bit further south, but they'll produce, that system will produce another nice covering of snow for the ski areas of Utah and Colorado. In far southern Wyoming, I think tomorrow, the I-80 corridor will see a light coating of snow. But it is through Saturday going to be very, very cold, as cold as it's been in a long time. So I guess winter started yesterday.
It sure did. And we saw not a lot of wind with the snow, but I think Pulse 3, because it's a glancing blow, see more of that wind, especially
not much.
No. Okay.
No. Remember, when it gets really cold, it's harder for the wind to blow.
Oh, okay.
So it's not the wind's not gonna be too much of a factor. Now, as we start to warm up, we'll get a little bit of wind. High pressure builds in. We're basically, once this third wave goes through, from the weekend through most of Tuesday, Jake, we're under a break in the pattern. There won't be much going on, but we start to see the Pacific starting to throw out storms again around Tuesday night and Wednesday of next week. That'll be our next salvo, our next wave of moisture. But I was looking at some ski area totals. Alta Snowbird in Utah this week, 4 feet.
Yes. Watch the avalanche danger, but
avalanche danger. Yeah, it is sky high. You really can't get a lot higher.
Yeah.
So
at least,
be careful out there.
At the resorts, they mitigate that every morning before they spin the lifts. They make sure that you're safe. Stay
in bounds, please.
Yeah. That's a lot of snow in a hurry. Okay. Thanks, Don. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. it always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the I thought you were on my team.
Cowboy State Daily Show, and there she is, Congresswoman Harriet Hageman. Sorry, we're a little late getting to you. We had Senator Cale Case on, and he's so fun to talk to, and of course, Don Day with the weather. Otherwise, we would be to you much sooner. Congresswoman, last time we talked to you, we were still feeling the buzz, the elation of the rescinding of the 2009 endangerment finding and how positive news that is for energy. Is that still the buzz? And we'll talk about other stuff also more recent, but that was huge. We cannot overstate that, right?
It is absolutely huge. And it's one of the things that I've been advocating for years. There was never a legal or factual or scientific basis for the 2009 endangerment finding. It was just a mechanism by which the EPA was basically able to control the entirety of the American economy through a variety of regulations, whether it has to do with manufacturing of vehicles, producing electricity with our coal-fired power plants, what we can do with refrigerators and stoves. I mean, it touched every aspect of our lives. And not only, as I indicated, there wasn't a legal or factual basis for it, I've always argued that it was unconstitutional under the major questions doctrine, which states that when you're talking about a major question that would have that kind of a magnitude of impact of trillions of dollars on our economy and fundamentally changing the way that America works, only Congress can make the laws to do that. And so I think clearly it was slated for disposal, and I'm awfully excited that the president and Lee Zeldin have moved forward with it.
Yeah, you had been pushing that for a long time and unable maybe to move the needle much until certainly Lee Zeldin appointed EPA. I mean, that got once you saw that, did you think, all right, now we get it over the finish line?
Was the first conversation that I had with him when I'm not even quite sure that he had yet been confirmed, but I had a meeting with him and I said, your very first target has got to be the endangerment finding. And then also through reconciliation, I did the same thing. I worked very closely with Chairman Brett Guthrie to look at ways in which we could dismantle the endangerment finding through legislation with our reconciliation package. We were successful with some of that, but not as much as I would have liked to. So again, I'm very pleased that the agency itself is moving forward.
I would have loved to seen that conversation. You said, Lee, we got to talk. And by the way, congratulations. It's not only energy that Congresswoman Hageman is looking out for. She's looking out for the ag industry as well. Cattlemen, rest assured that your Congresswoman is fighting the screw worm. I am definitely worried about this thing. It's Safe Cadillac. Let's talk about that. You and Representative Jackson are spearheading the movement.
Absolutely, from Texas. And we have to keep that border closed until we can make sure that it is eradicated in Mexico. This is incredibly important. It could devastate our cattle industry, and it's what we've been screaming about for years. When we've had people in positions of power in the Department of Ag in previous administrations, they've kind of wanted to open up the floodgates and let other countries flood our markets with live cattle. I push back on that for a variety of reasons. One, because I want to protect our domestic cattle industry, but also they do not have the same standards that we do in terms of animal husbandry and the way that we treat and take care of our animals and just really our entire ag industry, our livestock industry. So this is something that Ronnie Jackson and I have put forward to make sure that that border with Mexico stays closed to live cattle imports until they've eradicated this problem.
We got to protect our beef producers here in Wyoming for sure. I don't understand this one, but I heard you mention it in your weekly updates. You were questioning AG Pam Bondi over the Department of Justice and whether they're doing enough to stop states from overstepping their bounds when it comes to using climate superfund laws to retroactively go after energy producers for what was past lawful conduct. This is playing back east, but it has implications for us in Wyoming.
Yes, it does. And the oversight hearing with Pam Bondi related to the entire gamut of what the Department of Justice is doing. I know that there are some people who have kind of criticized me because I did not attack the Epstein angle from that. But the fact is, there were plenty of the people in the room that addressed the Epstein matter. But this is something that is incredibly important to the state of Wyoming, and that is to what extent are these states or local communities bringing lawsuits challenging our energy producers, claiming that they have caused climate change, and they must pay billions of dollars, if not trillions of dollars, in so-called reparations. This is the tobacco lawsuit on steroids, and that is their claim, well, you knew that your product was causing climate change, and therefore you owe us. Yet, if you'll remember, Jake, a year and a half ago or so, I challenged the city of Boulder because they're one of the people, one of the cities that have brought this lawsuit. I said, if you don't want to use fossil fuels, that's fine with me. If you don't want to use coal and oil and gas products, that's fine with me. You're about 100,000 people. How about if we use you as our test case and you can show us how we can go without using fossil fuels and continue to power our economy, heat our homes, pave our highways, et cetera, et cetera. I said, go first. Get rid of your gas stations. Get rid of your paved highways. Get rid of your sidewalks. Get rid of your oil and gas. Get rid of all of it. And we'll just surround the city of Boulder with wind farms and solar farms, and we'll see how they do in those cold winters. And they pushed back and said, well, of course we can't live without fossil fuels. And yet they're turning around and suing our energy companies, saying that they have to pay them billions of dollars because of so-called climate change. And all it is just another effort at taxing these entities and trying to regulate them out of business. At the same time that even the city council members of Boulder recognize that they have to buy their products.
Well, this is obviously a big reason why you have your eyes on a U.S. Senate seat rather than being the next mayor of Boulder. I wouldn't imagine that would be a successful campaign, Congresswoman. Let's talk about keeping elections safe, integrity of elections. The House passed the Save America Act. This is just simple common sense stuff. Have an ID, prove you're a citizen, that kind of thing.
This is one of the craziest arguments and discussions that I think we've ever had in this country, that people are saying that we cannot have, that we should not require people to show either citizenship or that they are legally valid, they're legally entitled to vote, or they are the person they claim to be. I don't know if you saw the latest Nick Shirley video out of California. The fraud in California is absolutely rampant, and we know that it's happening elsewhere as well. I'm very curious to find out what happened down in Georgia in the 2020 election. I think that there's going to be some exposure there about some shenanigans that went on. Protecting our elections should be the very foundation and basis of what any civilized government does. And there isn't, I don't think, any first world country out there that does not require some kind of ID or citizenship to be able to vote. Heck, even Somalia recently made it mandatory that you had to show ID to vote. This is the minimum of what we should do to exercise our right to vote for our representatives. And in a constitutional republic, it's absolutely critical that we safeguard our elections so that we can be confident that the people we are electing and that are put in office were actually elected by the people and not some nefarious actions.
These are the basics of government: securing elections so we can believe they were done correctly and keeping us safe on the highways. The last time we talked, we were just barely learning about these chameleon carriers and the SAFE Act. We need to know that the truckers we're driving alongside of right next to us is a legit trucker with the paperwork, and he works for a company that's real and not some shell company that arrived last week. And I had no idea how deep this got, but the SAFE Act is necessary.
It is much deeper, Jake, than I think any of us realized, and it's been going on for quite some time. I'm very pleased that I have had the opportunity to work directly with the Wyoming Trucking Association folks. They're absolutely fantastic. They're trying to protect our legitimate truckers and truck drivers while making sure we're getting bad actors off the highway. I skimmed the Cowboy State Daily this morning. I haven't had a chance to study it yet, but I saw that there was another pileup on I-80. I'm not saying that anybody didn't that involved any kind of chameleon carriers, but anymore when I see those kinds of accidents, it's the first thought that goes through my mind. And again, I think as a society and as a government, it's very important that we're passing laws and regulations and policies that protect the traveling public from basically fraudulent companies that are getting DOT numbers, putting people behind the wheels that are not qualified with fraudulent CDLs, and putting them out on the highway without any care or regard for the Wyoming citizens or other people traveling on I-80 and other highways. This is very important to me. I want our traveling public to be safe, and we shouldn't have to put up with this.
One last thing, where are we with the federal, passing budget, making sure we're not going to have another disruption to funding? I know it's held up with money to ICE. People don't like what's happening in Minneapolis, the whole ICE thing. It's disrupted your latest town hall. What hasn't disrupted one of your town halls, Congresswoman Hageman? But yeah, are we going to be able to get this resolved?
So just the last budget item relates to the Department of Homeland Security funding, and the other 11 appropriations bills have already been passed and signed by the president. So 97% of the government is fully funded. It's just that one area. The irony of it is that without funding DHS, we can't have oversight of DHS. So the Democrats are putting us in a position where right now we don't have the ability to oversee what's actually happening in DHS because the appropriation bill hasn't been funded to do so. The other irony is that the ICE has been fully funded because we did that last July in the reconciliation package. So immigration and custom enforcement, which by the way, Minnesota is very much we're not seeing the same kinds of activities there as we were before, but ICE is fully funded for the next 4 years. It's TSA and FEMA that do not have the funds right now, and that's what the Democrats are holding up. So they're holding up a bill that does not, that we need to fund the agencies that they support. They're withholding funding from those agencies while we've already funded the agency that they don't like. So this is not only ironic, but it tells you how completely intellectually bankrupt they are when it comes to funding our government and understanding how these things work. We need to get that final bill passed. We need to get it to the president's desk. We need to fund the agency, and we need to move on to the budgeting process for the rest of the year, which will start on September 30th. We need to make sure we're ready for that. And I also want to do another reconciliation package.
When a party votes to make a point to punish an agency or whatever, be careful what you wish for. You're right, because what's heard here, ICE is operating and they're paid to operate, but it's TSA. Your flight may be delayed or not safe. It's unintended consequences here that they missed their target with that budget decision the Democrats did. Congresswoman Hageman, thank you for being on.
Thank you, Jake.
Have a great day.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Cowboy State Daily Show. We're going to move along a quick break, and then we'll get Renny McKay in here, Wyoming Business Alliance. That's next.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Cowboy State Daily Show, and Renny's here. Renny McKay's running Wyoming Business Alliance. That's different from Wyoming Business Council. Some similarities, some differences. We'll talk about that. I appreciate you being in Cheyenne and your reporting from Cheyenne on the, I guess it's on the Facebook page for Wyoming Business Alliance. Last time I saw you, it was like totally, it was pitch dark, and Renny is outside the Capitol building pointing to it saying, it's 1:30. They're still in there. Like they've been running long hours at the Capitol, man. How are you?
They really have. Yeah, good morning, Jake.
Good morning. So, good news, bad news coming out of there. I mean, the Senate and the House, they're so different, and that's the reason for the long hours. And we haven't seen nothing yet. Wait till they try to hammer out that budget and come together, those two chambers, different ideas and approach to the budget. But what have we seen? I mean, recap the session so far. We've seen economic development funding cuts, and it's disturbing.
Yeah. Well, thanks so much for having me on, Jake, to talk about this. The Alliance, as you mentioned, we're private sector, and our counterparts over the Business Council or the public sector, and we're so we do a lot more of that advocacy work on behalf of businesses, and really our focus is to represent all industries in Wyoming and those issues that cross-cut there. And so we spend a lot of time on workforce, we spend a lot of time on thriving communities, and then just that business climate to make sure we've got a great business climate here and that we have energy leadership. So there's just been a lot going on really quickly down here, with the biggest focus being the budget. But I would say, right now, as we sit here on Thursday morning, definitely concerned about some of the cuts or the lack of investments into Wyoming and in those areas that businesses really need.
I mean, we talk about wanting businesses to relocate here, businesses that are here and being able to expand. We want to have this impression that Wyoming is open for business, not closed. And yet what we see during a time of budget surplus, like we're not hurting right now, is dodging, is cutting, this feeling that we need to right size and get rid of bloat, and many asking, where is the bloat? If the problem is we want to encourage economy in the state, we don't want to see our bright minds run off to another state to go work somewhere else, then why aren't we putting our money where our mouth is?
Yeah, and you bring up a really good point. We lose more young people than any other state. Maybe West Virginia sometimes beats us. So just the percentage of people under 30 who were born here and then move to another state by the time they're 30. And so we want to keep that talent in Wyoming because Wyoming businesses need it. And what I'm really focused on making sure the businesses that are here can grow and thrive and do really well. So that they really need that talent. They need workforce right now. And so those investments into Wyoming do matter to businesses. And I think on some level that doesn't necessarily make sense to everybody, right? Why would the private sector want public sector money or even, economic development or business council? But it was actually our idea, the Business Alliance, and our members, business leaders from Wyoming, asked for that creation because they wanted the economy to diversify. Back in the 80s and 90s, it started in the 90s. But that is the idea. Let's make Wyoming more abundant and increase the size of the pie.
Renny McKay is head of the Wyoming Business Alliance in Cheyenne to watch all the lawmaking stuff, the budget, basically the budget stuff. So, Renny, what exactly are the pieces of the budget that they are worried are being defunded, things that would signify economic development, investments in economy, and you're watching them potentially be defunded, especially in the House? What are they? What do they look like?
Yeah, so it is an interesting conversation, right? Is there's a lot of concern about the budget. The areas where there's real cuts of where you're taking an existing budget and you were talking about people losing jobs and programs going away are the business council and the university. So those two areas are definitely the things we're watching. At the university right now, the cut is a $40 million reduction. And then there's a concern from the business standpoint is they're exempting a couple of colleges from the cuts, but that would mean other parts of the university take bigger cuts, and that's engineering. We really need engineers right now as we look at our manufacturing and our energy sectors growing. And then the College of Business would have a particularly large cut. And the College of Business helps us with our accountants, folks in marketing. Just about every industry in Wyoming really needs those College of Business graduates too. So that's definitely one of our big concerns right there. And then that business council entity of that being defunded. And it's not just the business council itself, it's also the partners that support manufacturing, that support small businesses. That's all defunded right now. And, the businesses that are my members told me, hey, go to work on that. We don't want it to go away. We definitely can understand that maybe this is a time for us to reevaluate, to retool. So maybe some cuts are appropriate, but don't defund it. Don't quit on economic development.
I'm glad you mentioned the cuts to UW and why the Wyoming Business Alliance should be concerned with those. What do you care if they have to, let some teachers go? But we have talked to so many people at the University of Wyoming, in different programs, and the partnerships with private industry, whether it's energy, they're preparing kids to do life in Wyoming, hopefully, as soon as they graduate. And already they're working on, so many things, even the School of Engineering just being one of them.
Yeah. Yeah. And, for the thriving communities, healthcare is the biggest sector that needs the most workforce now and projected out in the next 10 years. And so, hits to the nursing program over at the university would be bad for our hospitals and our clinics.
Yeah.
And every business I know relies on that healthcare. There's going to be a time when you need it or your employees really seek it out. So those are some of the reasons we're engaging in that conversation and really hope we can get that funding restored. And, again, always I do admire the folks who want to say, well, let's take a deep dive and see if there's something that can be improved. But I think right now, the way this is set up, in particular to hit College of Engineering and College of Business really hard, would just be bad for business in Wyoming.
It's okay for legislators, for lawmakers to look hard at things and say, well, show me the return on investment. If we invest in economic development, show me how it works, where it works. Now, let me ask you, because these lawmakers want to know, is there a way to measure? Is this measurable stuff? And I think you'll tell them, yes, it is. There are stats that come out every week, every month, and we can show you where the needle is moving.
Yeah. And, from our perspective, we feel like we can say, well, I think you need to put a little bit more energy and resources towards helping in this space. Right now, where we've gotten some great help has been on developing ideas around housing and childcare. The Business Council's done some great work to support other businesses on that and kind of the entire economy. So, those are the things we can do and do happen that are really positive. And so, if maybe the grant funding hasn't been working, in some people's eyes, let's take a good look at it and bring those stats forward. I do like to point out that while Wyoming's economy is not very diversified, we have very low diversification across the economy. We are the most diversified we've been in 50 years. And so we are starting to see some of that happen. But right now it's a crucial time. We can expand and grow the manufacturing sector, the energy production and value add to energy right now. And I think we really can grow in that data center space. And then that's going to have ripples out across the entire economy and all of our communities. So more jobs and better jobs.
Yeah, this is a state, we don't want to turn our backs on energy. That's who we are, and that's how we built ourselves. But to be able to hedge against the boom and bust cycle that has always been Wyoming is a good thing, too. The Senate appears closer to the governor's $11 billion budget. The House, boy, they just want to slash, and some are calling it cut to cut. It sounds good if you're a politician to taxpayers, but the reality of it is, and Renny explains this in one of his Facebook things that I was accidentally scrolling on, creating a better business climate sometimes means something you may not expect from the Business Alliance is asking for government expenditures. It could mean, if you make cuts, that might be less bank examiners, efficiency permitting with the DEQ. Talk about what cuts could mean that are bad.
Yeah, well, you just raised a couple perfect examples of them. So we were asking this year, and it's actually to expand to hire 3 more bank examiners. Why would the business community want that? Well, there's more demand right now. And these are the people that make sure the banks are well run and well audited and our money's safe, right?
Yeah.
So there's good financial activity. That means more work for them. So we need more people. And guess who pays actually for that budget? That's not the general taxpayer. It's actually the banks pay the fees. And that is where that money comes from. And so we're just asking to say, we want the authority to spend that money that's coming in from the banks. The banks are asking for it. And it's good for all of us. I think we all want to make sure that the banks are well regulated. And then, we've got a great partnership from them saying, hey, no, we paid this money, let's spend it. So we've got efficient government. So that's just one example. And there's the one with air quality permitting. We did get that one through. So we really want to thank a few folks who took hard votes in the House on that one. Again, industry's paying the money, and it's to make sure we have efficient regulation and permitting so we can get projects through quickly and make sure that it's done well, right? So we want a well-regulated but fair and efficient government.
This session just seems so intense. This is the climate we're in now, I guess. Renny, you've seen a lot of these sessions, a lot of budget sessions from inside the governor's office, from a lot of different viewpoints, Business Alliance. Have you seen, can you remember a session that was quite as potentially explosive as this one? There's a big gap between what the budget the governor sees and the House, and it's a wild one, it feels like to me.
Yeah, it's interesting. This is 25 sessions, I believe, for me down here.
Wow.
in Cheyenne. So I've seen a few, and there's definitely have been contention. A couple of things are kind of happening that, and I think I'm actually coming to really appreciate it. So as you were talking about, what was that, Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, 1:30 a.m. The House is still working on the budget, and they still had hours to go. And instead of working through the night, they did pause and say, hey, we're just going to slow the process down. And I think that's better, because that means at 10 a.m. they're debating the budget instead of 3 a.m. So in terms of transparency, I did like that shift. And, it's a budget session. Let's have a really long debate about it. But it's going to be something to see, what happens, because this is going to be the first time that the chair of House Appropriations has had to do a negotiation with this chair of the Senate Appropriations. So we're just going to see a lot of people kind of taking on what has always been part of government, and that is negotiation and compromise. And so that's going to be the big thing to watch over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, and maybe over the next couple weekends, the House may be in there on a Saturday.
Yeah, I think they're working Saturday this week.
Renny McKay joins us, Wyoming Business Alliance, promoting economic development and business in Wyoming. Thank you, Renny.
Thank you, Jay. Great to see you.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show continues on a Thursday. We're halfway through now, officially, with half to go. A lot more coming up. Stick around. You don't want to miss. Matt Burgess, he's going to be here on behalf of UW. Patrick Klein's going to join us. Vision Beyond Borders. It's an Ask Abby Thursday. That'll be fun. Winter Olympics. And Cheyenne Frontier Days, Tom Herszig. That's all to come right after news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The Carbon County GOP is calling for resignations of 4 state reps for their silence on the ongoing Checkgate scandal. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the party says they knew defamation claims aimed at Representative Mike Yin for making the check passing public were wrong, but didn't speak up.
So it's basically saying we believe these 4 representatives at least knew that there had been checks handed out on the House floor. And yet when Representative Mike Yin, the minority floor leader, was talking about this and warning everyone about this last Wednesday, another representative accused him of defamation. And these 4 who reportedly knew that he was telling the truth did nothing to stand up for him.
The first resolution calls for the resignation of Republican Representatives Joe Webb of Lyman, Marlene Brady of Green River, and Darren McCann of Rock Springs. That's according to a copy of the resolution obtained by Cowboy State Daily. Wyoming lawmakers heard emotional testimony from teachers, minors, and students on Tuesday, urging them to protect public lands from federal sell-offs. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the Senate panel unanimously advanced the resolution titled Keeping Public Lands Protected and Decisions Local.
What this resolution seeks to do is say we're different, that Wyoming doesn't want to sell its public land. We heard testimony from high school students, from teachers, from Game and Fish, from all sorts of public lands supporters and professionals who work in that space, all saying that, look, we want to have a local voice in how public lands are managed, but we do not want them sold.
SJR 9 was introduced by Senator Eric Barlow of Gillette, with 38 co-sponsors, a bipartisan coalition that includes a total of 17 senators and 22 representatives. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Make sure you're at the Cody Night Rodeo this year, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. WYDOT wants to remind you, with ice and snow, take it slow. Pay attention to reduced speed limits and use low beam and hazard lights in areas of fog and blowing snow. This message from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
At Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging, an imaging experience that's accurate and above all, human. Built around the most advanced diagnostic technology in Wyoming, we deliver fast, clear, and reliable answers. No physician referral is required for an appointment. Most insurance is accepted. Competitive cash pricing and personalized insurance assistance. Hoskinson Health Advanced Imaging. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Winter weather created nasty driving conditions that contributed to a pair of multi-vehicle crashes on Wednesday that closed a 21-mile stretch of westbound I-80 between Evanston and Kemmerer. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that one motorist caught in the middle of the pileup says visibility was down to 0.
The Wyoming Highway Patrol is still investigating the contributing factors into the incidents that happened on Tuesday, let alone the one that was happening on Wednesday afternoon and evening that involved multiple vehicles in both the westbound and eastbound lanes of I-80. But they are going to chalk up a lot of this to icy conditions, winter weather hazards, and possibly wind gusts as well. Those are all factors that might have contributed, but we won't know for sure. But based on the images, it looks pretty likely that people were driving in whiteout conditions, roads were slick, and these incidents happened. We don't know if there were any.
Bridger Valley resident Amber Gossard tells Cowboy State Daily that she was heading west when she got stuck between two separate pileups, describing the crash ahead of her as 6 or 7 semis in a pile. The Wyoming House on Wednesday voted to keep a proposed $40 million cut to the University of Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the Senate did the opposite, setting up the two chambers for a clash in a compromise committee later this month.
Big debate unfolded. Ultimately, the House rejected that call to reverse the cuts, keeping them in place, whereas the Senate did vote one day prior to reverse the cuts. So when these two budget drafts line up, they're not going to match, which then punts that decision to a 10-member compromise committee they call a conference committee that could meet as early as next week.
The Wyoming House of Representatives, by a 26-34 vote on Wednesday, rejected an effort to reverse its budget planner's proposed $40 million cut to the University of Wyoming. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
And we are back, hour 3 of the Cowboy State Daily Show. It's a Thursday, and Ask Gabby will be asked about all things Winter Olympics. And I didn't know many of the. I'm not a Winter Olympics guy. I'm not an Olympics person, really. So a lot of it was new to me. And if I was taking the test, if I was on Abby's end and getting the questions, I would do very poorly. So many things I did not know about Winter Olympics. Embarrassing. But Abby hopefully has been boning up on it, as they say. And when I mentioned that...
As they say.
You know why they say that, actually?
Who are they?
I'm glad you asked. They are college kids from the 1880s. That's where that phrase originally started, boning up. You've heard that, right? Boning up, like cramming. Okay. I wonder if it was just me. And I wonder where it came from. Why are you boning up? It seemed weird. Comes from the 1880s, and an encyclopedia series by Bones, Bohn, Bones. So you would bone up. You would hit the book and learn about a certain thing.
I know the origin of some phrases, but one in particular. But this is a family friendly program, so we'll dive into it.
Well, let me get the censor bleeper ready for Mark.
No, we won't go there.
Mark says the derivation came from the whole show will get bleeped out. It's like today's rap music. It's like if you take out all the bad words, what's left of a rap song today?
What are you talking about? Rap songs, pop ballads are littered with cuss words now.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah.
So we can't have any. This is why we can't have nice things. Can we have a positive story for once? I mean, we got a winner that is a lack of a winner, so I feel good for wildlife. I feel like, especially the mule deer, and that one winner, they got smashed, man, 22, 23. So here's a winner where they can actually don't have to paw that much snow out of the way. They can come through it healthy, but biologists say, well, there's something else to worry about.
Well, as an aside, I don't know how things are in your neck of the woods, but here in Riverton, we got some, fairly decent dose of fresh snow.
Good.
But yeah, the concern is if the really exceptionally dry conditions persist through late winter into spring and then into early summer, that could throw things out of whack, because everybody talks about green up, when the green sprouts, across that's really important, because that fresh green spring grass is what's really rich with nutrients, especially protein. And that's important because that's about the time that they're dropping their calves and their fawns, and the moms really need that nutrients boost, for lactation, to give milk for the babies. So yeah, a dry, so far a mild winter has been good news for them, but a dry spring and dry summer could be bad news. So, 6 one way, half a dozen the other, I guess. Yeah.
I know, right? Yeah. I mean, the getting through the winter has been easier this year, but getting through August, September, getting into the next
I haven't
winter.
even really. I'd like to at some point delve into what this means for predators, because a couple things. Number one, the lack of deep snow makes it much harder for them to hunt. And then also, you're getting a lack of weakened animals or fresh carcasses from winter kill in the spring.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of the way nature works. Whenever somebody wins, somebody else loses.
True. Such dynamics. Maybe you wouldn't have to interview experts to know what does the apex predator think of different climate situations or seasons. You could just play the game Wolf Quest, and you could live life as a wolf. Like, what does it mean to me?
Yeah. That was an interesting conversation. I mean, that game goes way back. My oldest boy, he's turning 34 this year. So we won't talk about how old I am, but anyway, I remember him playing that on a PC, way back in the late early 2000s. It must have been, but it's kind of evolved, and it's taken off really on the social media or the social media groups. It's still played on PCs, from what I understand, but social media has kind of created a community around it. But yeah, it's not, they didn't just pull that game out of their ear. They consulted with biologists and they tried to get accurate mapping of the Yellowstone environment. So it's as realistic as a computer game can be, I guess. I mean, it's based in realism, but no, people really get into it. They'll spend years developing their wolf character, and then like anything else in nature, even if you survive the gauntlet of threats, your wolf is eventually going to get old and die. So.
Right. Yeah. I saw that, like, success in this game is reaching the age of 8 and then looking for a place to walk off and die. That's one of the players said. But that means you didn't get killed by a rival wolf pack or a hunter.
Or kicked in the head by an elk or whatever, but it's interesting. I mean, it might seem goofy to us, but I guess the flip side of it is it allows people who live in places like Philadelphia or wherever to experience nature at the ground level. So
totally. And I enjoy that. Was a great article. And then Dave Schaller, the game's founder, the guy who invented it years ago, and he's been fine-tuning it, making it better and better. Wolf Quest is the online role-playing game that you didn't know you needed. The challenge of living life as a wolf is very interesting, and an educational component of it. Real. It's pretty cool. Let's see. What else can we... Oh, I have heard this sound you're talking about, and you describe it perfectly. Ice cracking.
What it boils down to is the sound frequency split. And so the different frequency, when you're standing, well, I was out there goose hunting way up on the end of Cottonwood Bay. And what happened is the different frequencies were reaching me at different times because the cracking was occurring at a great enough distance that sound waves, just like light waves, they'll split into a spectrum. And so what you're hearing is a single noise that's kind of been broken down. Yeah, but no, that effect was cool. And it got, like I said, it got loud. It got to the point I couldn't even hear the geese coming in. It was so loud.
Weird. I have heard that ice crack is like boing. I don't know. It's like a boing. It's like a Star Wars lightsaber. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard it before, but I was standing there, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna go down to the shore and record that because that just sounds cool.
Mark Hines' beat covers a lot. He's on video gaming. He's listening to ice. He's checking on the weight of mule deer. Yeah, that one looks fat and healthy. Man, you are all over the place, man. Sometimes it's crime, though. Two guys. They shot a wolf in a legal area, but they probably didn't have a license.
That's what the game warden contends is that he caught them and incited them accordingly. It's up to the courts to decide now. Whether they're guilty and if so, what penalties they will face. But yes, that's the alleged crime, that they were in a legal wolf hunt area, but there were two problems. Number one, they didn't have a license. Number two, it was out of season. So, it'd be kind of like maybe you stepping outside your back door and shooting one of them elk.
Right over here. Yeah,
it's like
that's a double.
The season's over. Nope, don't do that.
That's a double oops. And it's funny how wildlife behaves totally differently. I'm sure you've seen this, but the day after, you cannot find them elk, and the season ends, and there they are. They're just they're on the porch.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
They know.
I don't know how they do that.
Yeah.
What are they doing in Oregon? They want to do away with hunting altogether.
There's I managed to connect with the guy who's behind that, the animal rights activist who's behind all of that.
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, I mean, come on, do you think this has any, because Oregon isn't, especially the rural part of Oregon, really isn't that much different than Wyoming. I mean, they've got, they have two species of elk. They've got the Roosevelts and the Rocky Mountain elk. And, they've got white-tailed deer, black-tailed deer, mule deer. It's a big hunting and agriculture culture. So, I told the guy, straight up, and he said, I don't think this is going to pass. He said, he's not trying to play checkers. He's trying to play chess. In his what he told me, he said, look how long it took to get women's suffrage passed. It didn't just magically happen in, the 1920s. There was it. So again, whether you agree with him or not, that's his approach, is that if we just chip away at this a little bit at a time, over time, it's going to change. So of course, the other side of that, the other folks I talked to, like the Oregon, the Oregon Hunters Association president, she told me what you'd imagine and what anybody, just like anybody here in Wyoming who's a rural person would say, this ain't no way. That ain't happening. I mean, you can wish all you want, you can hope all you want, but we're going to keep hunting. We're going to keep raising livestock. So,
yeah.
but
I mean, if the end game is the total elimination of hunting, you don't do that overnight. You chip away.
No.
At it.
And like I said, this guy, he wasn't trying to hide anything. That's my vision for the future is a future where we meet all our needs without killing any animals. Now, again, if you can agree with a guy, you can say that sounds like a nice fantasy, whatever. But that's his opinion. That's his view.
And the way about it is these little steps that chip. It's the same reason the NRA bristles when you want to ban, so-called assault weapons, because then the eventuality is they're taking your BB gun. In the end,
your Red Ryder. What was that from Christmas Story? The Red Ryder. Action. I forget the whole thing, but I just remember you'll shoot your eye out, kid.
We had Representative Carly Provenzon. She's now famous for that great photo. She's probably up for some kind of award. What do you win? You win the Pulitzer Prize for photojournalism. She caught that photo of the check handing out. She's also very much about legalizing corner crossing. The Supreme Court refusing to hear that case pretty much made it legal. Like you can corner cross in Wyoming, but there's efforts underway to make it more officially legal in Wyoming.
Yeah, I think we talked about that before. They're saying the Supreme Court decision. That's kind of an overarching generalized statement. They want something specific on the Wyoming books, and so really to make it easier for the guys on the men and women on the ground who are enforcing the law. Is this trespassing? Is it not? Do I write this person a ticket? Do I not? Right? And I think that's what they're trying to do. That's because. Like they say, I don't know who they are, but like they say, Jake, it's not official until it's on the books, and it's not on the books in Wyoming. So
they say you should be boning up on your Mark Hines knowledge. Read everything he's written in the Cowboy State Daily. Learn all about it. Sure. So you got a little bit of snow in Riverton. I was supposed to make a trip there today to cover my Jackson Bronx are playing your Riverton Wolverines. Wait, what are you guys?
I don't know.
Riverton Wranglers.
I don't have a kid in high school here, so
I'm not gonna go because of the snow and because that's a late night. Then I got to get back for this thing. But Jackson Riverton tonight in Riverton basketball, high school.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So maybe you can get down there for me and cover that game. Tell me who wins. But you got enough going on.
Yeah.
All right. That will wrap it up with Mark. Thank you, buddy.
All right. Thank you, Jake. Have a good morning.
Yeah. Mark Hines, Cowboy State Daily. Lots of stories in there, including a couple that we didn't touch on. Committee okays a bill to keep some landowners from claiming all hunting tags. This is the purview of the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission, and what to do with large landowner hunting tags has been an issue for a while. Mark Hines has covered this from day one. He's been right on top of it. Mule deer coming out of this winter fat and happy, but what does that mean for later this summer and how much they'll have to eat and drink? It's dry, but we have got a little bit of snow lately. Oregon animal rights activists pushing to ban hunting altogether in Oregon. Is he ever going to get that across the finish line? I don't know. Wolf poaching incident being investigated by Game and Fish. That's near Cody. A dead wolf found back in July, I think it was. June 1st. Noah Mick up on charges of that. All these Mark Hines stories in the Cowboy State Daily. Check them out. We got to get a quick commercial break in here, and then Matt Burgess joins us. He's with the University of Wyoming, and he's going to explain why cuts to the university, if there is a certain intent by lawmakers, They may miss the mark. They may be off base. University of Wyoming is not UC Berkeley, and they're not near as woke. Matt's going to explain all that to us after this.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. Whew. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Back in the studio, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. And in my free time, which I have very little of, so I use it wisely, I find myself reading the Substack of Matt Burgess. Why not? Matt knows what he's talking about. Is that how we say your name, Burgess?
Burgess, actually.
Burgess. All right. Matt, I'm reading something. You need this needs to be in the Cowboy State Daily. You have to submit this or share this with us.
Actually.
Oh,
and they didn't take it. Yeah.
What the? I will. I have connections there. I will talk to the powers that be because this is good reading, and this is why we have you on, Matt. I'm excited to bring you in. Wyoming lawmakers, this is a plea to Wyoming lawmakers. Don't fold a winning hand on higher education. We've seen proposed cuts by the Joint Appropriations Committee, basically the House. I don't know if the Senate's quite feeling this way, but these cuts to UW, are they cuts just to cut, or are they retribution? Are they some kind of punishment? I don't know what they are. We can't get in the heads of lawmakers. But if the intent is to make a better university or get the university away from DEI programming, they're missing the mark, maybe. Matt, for one thing, UW's not all woke. They're not all that. This is not a high elevation UC Berkeley. This is an institution that for the most part, 99% is doing the right thing in education, and the world needs more cowboys.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. First off, I just need to have the disclaimer that I'm speaking for myself as a private resident under the protections of the First Amendment and not on behalf of the University of Wyoming, the state, or anyone else but myself. I just need to say that because, just for legal reasons.
Yeah.
But you're totally right. And not only are we not UC Berkeley, I moved here. I moved my faculty line here 2 years ago, partly because we're not UC Berkeley. I was at another large public university down the road that shall remain nameless. And so I think our administrators are unique in this country in that they're trying to do everything right in terms of free expression, in terms of institutional neutrality, in terms of merit-based hiring and getting away from some of the shenanigans that was going on in a lot of other universities. And I really find that the environment of intellectual pluralism is palpable. I'm in the College of Business, and we have, faculty that are liberal, faculty that are conservative, faculty that are hard to classify. We argue about things, and then we go back to being friends, and that's sort of the way it's supposed to be. And when we don't indoctrinate our students one way or the other, and we expose them to a broad range of ideas. So I'm really proud of what I've seen at the University of Wyoming, and it's one of the reasons I chose to move my family here.
Yeah, good. Matt, so these proposed cuts that are, they're kind of just blanketed. We hear the term 40 million. There are exemptions to where the cuts wouldn't happen. But basically, I don't know if they're targeted. I mean, do they feel like any kind of retribution, like has to do with curriculum? We don't like what you teach, so we're holding back this kind of money.
Well, I'm not going to try to read anybody's mind, right, in the state legislature, as you said. But for example, one of the things that's been singled out a lot is gender studies.
Yeah.
And whether you like gender studies or you don't like gender studies, I believe the major was closed last year because it had something like 5 students in it. Now it's a minor. And so it's just orders of magnitude less than 11% of our block grant. And so if you cut the university at this scale, trying to target gender studies, you're going to inevitably hit business, engineering, law, math, STEM, athletics, even if that wasn't the intent.
I've seen so many positive things happening out of Laramie. We've had on this show folks doing studies on how to make a greenhouse in outer space. That woman, cool. It's crazy cool. We've seen some unique partnerships with the private sector involving oil and gas and Herc and everything that is doing. What about the business? You're doing business there. This is why we're sending kids to college. So hopefully they graduate, stay in state, and go into business.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I love about being in a business college, I was not in a business college in my previous institution, is it's just ingrained into the culture that we care about hands-on real-world experience. We care about bringing people in who have real-world experience and can impart that on our students. We teach practical skills. And we care about public engagement. I host a podcast. I bring in speakers to talk about various issues of public concern. And that's something that's been super supportive at the College of Business. In fact, I wrote an op-ed with my dean recently in Deseret News, basically arguing that we need excellence first instruction, and that equity first instruction in K-12 and higher ed is harming our students. Like, name me another university where I could write that article with my dean as an assistant professor. You can't.
Yeah, that gets a little bit, I guess, into my next question. UW has adopted a gold standard free expression, institutional neutrality, merit-based hiring policies. When we talk about attacking all the things we didn't like, what we heard about colleges, DEI, and some nonsense curriculum, it really didn't and doesn't pertain to what we see in Laramie.
Yeah, I mean, I think having policies, we want to have a marketplace of ideas. And I think our administration has done a very good job putting policies in place that give us that. And by the way, in a marketplace of ideas, people are free to engage in and speak about ideas that I disagree with, right? And that's fine. Just like I'm free to speak about things that other colleagues might disagree with. If you look at beyond just these policies, if you look at states that are having success at bringing in more politically diverse students and faculty, it's places like Florida, where what they're doing is they're saying, okay, what's missing, right? Do we not have enough Western Civ? Do we not have enough military history as two examples? And then let's invest in creating a new school or a new institute or a new center in that. And then we're building things that we like, and we're creating a more robust market where, again, I have opinions about things, and I think that I can win in the marketplace of ideas. I don't need to silence anybody else, just like I don't want to be silenced.
Good point. We're talking to Matt Burgess. He wrote what should be something in the Cowboy State Daily anyway, and we're going to work on that. But his views, once again, are his own, not UW. What is your capacity at the university? I don't even know.
So I'm an assistant professor in the economics department, which is in the College of Business.
Okay.
I teach macroeconomics to, from freshmen up to PhD students. I'm actually developing a class. UW has had a civics requirement for 100 years. And I'm developing a class on that called American Economic Success, which is basically about, how do aspects of our history in the West and the key institutions that are enshrined in the U.S. and Wyoming constitutions give rise to the market economies and rule of law and other things that have been crucial to making this, by many measures, the most successful economy in the history of the world. And again, I've got super strong support in that from my college and my department. And then I'm also a presidential fellow for free expression and constructive dialogue. I've done a lot of stuff speaking and service work, trying to promote better dialogue, more free expression on college campuses for years. And that was one of the things that drew me here. And the president has given me some resources to pursue these programs here. And that was one of the things that was a recruitment incentive. So very, very strongly supported.
I know, down the chain of command, you're a little far removed from President Seidel, but to the degree you can, I mean, what does the budget look like at UW? Is this a huge bloated budget? Is there a lot of money waste going on in Laramie? Is the university running a tight budget?
So again, to be clear, I'm speaking for myself. I'm not involved in the high-level budget conversations, as you can imagine. But if you just look at the stuff that you can find in the public record, our block grant is smaller in nominal terms than it was in 2013, so more than a decade ago, right? That's before inflation. So we had big cuts, in COVID, I believe in 2016 when there was a bust in the minerals industry. And so running a tight ship, my impression is that at the senior levels, we don't pay market rate to some of our faculty. So, I'm not, just to be clear, I'm not personally complaining because I'm not at the senior level. But then that's the kind of thing that, whether or not that people agree with what the market will pay, a senior engineering professor, it is what it is. And we want to keep these people. So my sense is that there's not a lot of fat. And certainly what I've been hearing is that if this cut goes through, it's going to have a tangible impact basically on all the colleges that were not singled out to be spared, right? So education and ag and a couple of other programs.
How does the University of Wyoming, there's different metrics, different ways you can measure the success, but how does it measure up? For instance, let's talk about, because you mentioned it in this piece, the American Council of Trustees and Alumni, ACTA. Who are they, and what do they look for in a university, and how did UW rate in their eyes?
Yeah, so they're somewhat of a right-leaning watchdog of higher ed, who've been very concerned about some of the issues nationally that I've been very concerned about. And so they have this thing called the gold standard for free expression, where they have 20 measures that they look for universities to have in terms of their practices, their policies. And we have hit 18 of 20, which is the most of any university that they've rated, including ones in Texas and Florida. And we're on our way to having 20. we have a free expression initiative at our college led by Martha McCoy, who is the special assistant to President Seidel for free expression. And that initiative has been working to basically go through all our policies, all our practices, and make sure that we're not just passing free expression, that we're living up to it. And it's great to see us being recognized nationally for that.
Speaking as just yourself, private citizen, but let's say I introduced you in Cheyenne, probably 1 a.m. when the House is still working out a budget. And, I put you in front of committee and I said, Chair Bear, here's this guy, Matt Burgess. He's going to tell you why cuts to UW are maybe not going to serve your intended purpose. Here's why you're wrong, Matt.
Yeah. So, I think the objectives of trying to deal with the national issues in higher ed and try to ensure that we're being fiscally responsible are great objectives. So I have no issue at all there.
Yeah.
In terms of how we should pursue these objectives, I think we need to keep and reinforce our policies on free expression and institutional neutrality, et cetera. And that includes not imposing on other people's free expression, which by the way, we're a public university. We would get sued if we did that anyway, right? If we said, we forbid you, the state, from teaching X, we're immediately going to get sued over that by other watchdogs. But then in terms of what to do, in terms of the budget, I would love to see an investment in what's missing, right? So if we don't have, we have the civics requirement. If we don't have enough civics, if we don't have enough Western Civ, let's follow Ron DeSantis' lead in Florida and create, theirs is called the Hamilton School of Classical and Civic Education, right? We could make something like that, and then that would be a magnet for, politically diverse, Western Civ-oriented faculty and students from around the country that would also, help address our enrollment issues, as they're seeing in Florida. Florida's had an enormous influx of applicants, kids who don't want to go to Northeastern private schools anymore, and politically diverse faculty. So that would be my recommendation.
Interesting. Rather than claw money back, rather than take money away, invest in what you do want.
Invest in what you like. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I appreciate anything else, Matt, you want to add?
Yeah, I think I would love to see, I've been in higher ed in some capacity or other for about 20 years, even though maybe I don't look it.
No.
And this is, in my opinion, by far the best climate for free expression that I've ever experienced. And so I just hope that if nothing else, that our stakeholders and our legislators can take a hard look at it and appreciate things are going well, and certainly, give us feedback on things that are not going well. I know the Free Expression Initiative, I'm on the council, Martha McCoy is leading it. We love to hear feedback from the state on how we can do things better. And so keep it coming. But I would just say, the world needs more cowboys, not fewer. And I think if we cut, that's the risk we run is sending our high school students down the road to places where I know for a fact they're going to get more, woke instruction than they're going to get here, having just come from there myself.
Yeah. Good piece of advice. Yeah, I wished, appropriations asked people like you. And so, we had former Supreme Court Justice Marilyn Kite on, UW grad alumni, and she took exception to the cuts because no one was asked. Where was the input? It was just, House Appropriations Committee saying we're cutting $40 million. We're departing from what the governor suggested. We're just doing it without any, ask people, ask alum, ask students, ask people like Matt, what would it mean? Get some input.
The other thing I'll just quickly say is as far as I know, we are the only state that is trying to make large cuts to higher ed without some financial urgency, right, caused by a deficit. And again, I don't want us to be famous for that. I want us to be famous for being the single best university on free expression in the country, according to ACTA, because I want more pro-free expression faculty and students to come here and keep making our campus better.
What kind of message does that send? Cuts across the board in lean times? Yeah, we've seen that. But cuts targeted at a university when you're running a surplus, what does that message say? What does that say to the rest of the country when we're trying to get more cowboys out of Laramie, for sure, and cowgirls? Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Jake. Appreciate it.
Cowboy State Daily continues. Up next, we got more guests as we welcome in Patrick Klein. He'll be with us in just a moment. Patrick and his outfit are smuggling Bibles into places where it's not really welcome cargo, the Message or the book. That's next, right after this break.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jackamick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is, my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jackamick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Thursday. Patrick Klein is in the room. We're going to talk to him next. Vision Beyond Borders. We've talked about this outfit before. They're helping spread the good word, the gospel, the book, the Bible, to countries where it's not necessarily welcome cargo. And also to places where it just is hard to get anything in there. I do want to talk about that too. It's not always China, India, countries that just persecute Christians and confiscate Bibles. It's also getting the Bible and the Word to places that are really rural and remote that may not get a chance to get the message. Patrick, thanks for being on today. How's everything?
Good, Jake. Thanks for having me on.
You bet. So I want to talk about some recent success. I'm reading some young ladies that maybe their future would have been a lot different if not for the work of, I want to say Jana Beeson, but who did you send to the red light district of India? Let's talk about India and what's going on there.
So Jana and another lady that's a friend of ours named Nessa. Nessa is a nurse practitioner, and Nessa has been going into the red light for probably about 6 or 8 years into India. They go right into Mumbai, and in Mumbai there's 70,000 women and girls in trafficking, girls as young as 5 years old. A lot of those women have to have 20 customers in a day or they don't eat that day. And so this is not prostitution. This is sex slavery. These girls are put there against their will. They're threatened if they try to leave that they'll kill them. or beat them so bad. So we've been going in there for years. We were working in Pune for many years as well. Pune, which is about 4 hours away by car. And there's 13,000 women and girls in trafficking in Pune. And it's pretty heartbreaking place to go to. It's just about 4 square blocks. The one in Mumbai is much bigger, probably maybe a mile or probably maybe half a mile square. And it's just brothel after brothel after brothel. And tens of thousands of men in Mumbai walk through, kind of window shop and look at the girls to see which girl they want to use. And then they go up to the bouncer, say, how much is this going to cost? And then he pays the bouncer. The girl has to go do whatever the man wants.
Yeah, this effort, Vision Beyond Borders, as you see, is a lot more than just sharing the message of Jesus and great. Not that there's anything more than that. I mean, that's everything. But it's changing lives, saving lives. If not for Vision Beyond Borders and groups like this, what would come of these women in red light districts in India, for instance? Where else? I saw these remote villages in Southeast Asia, and your folks handing out MP3 Bibles, which is like the new we talked about the tech, there's probably easier to get them into countries, MP3 Bibles, or maybe not. I don't know, but that's another trend, the audio Bible.
Yeah, so in the red light, the girls don't know how to read and write because a lot of them have been trafficked when they're 8 or 10 years old, taken from their families in the villages, put in the brothels. Whereas in the mountains of Laos, they can get some education, maybe 3rd or 4th grade education. So a lot of the MP3 players are really good for the older people that don't have good eyesight and they can't read so well. So they really love those MP3 players. But the young kids love to listen to the Bible too on the little players, as well as the women in the red light. They just, when they start hearing the Bible, one lady, actually, I believe she has AIDS. She heard the Bible and she went out in the streets and she said to everybody, you got to hear this. You got to hear this. As I hear the Bible, peace is coming into my heart. And she said to Jana and Nessa, we need more audio Bibles. We need more Bibles so that we can have the hope. And, the thing is, we may never be able to rescue them all out. But if they can find faith in Jesus Christ and forgiveness, and then also be able to forgive those that have wronged them. It's amazing, Jake. It's amazing when they work through that healing process and they just become really trophies of God's grace.
Yeah, and they become, in a way, disciples of the word. I forget. I wish that I also had that same passion. That when I loved it when people first hear this message, their first notion is, I can't keep this secret. I got to tell this person, that person, everybody. I got to tell everybody. That's great. That's great. That's a good way. That one Bible smuggled in equals 3, 4, 5 if you share the testimony. Fantastic.
When we went to China, for every Bible we carried in, 5 people came to Christ. But for every study Bible, 40 people came to Christ.
Tell me about that. I mean, that's more than just the podcast, which you do also at Vision Beyond Borders, the podcast Confessions of a Bible Smuggler. That is where it gets really real. Like there are when you're trying to get a Bible into countries where that would be seized and you would be in big trouble. There's a way to do it, a right way, a wrong way, and your people are good at it.
Thank you. Lots of practice. I remember one time we were in China and we had thousands of Bibles in our hotel room. And the next morning, we'd been moving Bibles all night long. Next morning, bang on the door. A hotel manager and 2 bellboys come charging into our room. There was no time to cover up all the Bibles. They're all exposed. And so the guy said, you're in big trouble. You're in so much trouble. I need your names, your passport numbers now. I'm going to turn you into the police. And so we gave him our names and our passport numbers. He said, you are in so much trouble. And I thought, are we going to jail today? What's going to happen? And we got on our knees after they left. We got on our knees and we prayed and asked God to intervene. The guy came back at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, banged, and knocked on the door, opened the door. He said, can I please come in? I said, yes. He said, will you please forgive us for what we did to you this morning? He said, "We never turned you into the police. Here's your passport numbers back and your names back. Please forgive us. Don't be angry with us."
Wow. What kind of world do we live in where you have to be worried about a knock on the door because you have a hotel room full of Bibles? You would be better off having a room full of drugs or guns or something than Bible in some countries, depending on where you are. That's crazy.
Right.
Were you just in Arizona the other day?
I'm actually headed to Arizona this weekend.
Okay.
But I was in Colombia last weekend. Colombia, South America.
Are you speaking at the River Church? What's that about?
That's it's a pastor that we've been working with. He's come on trips with us. Their church has been very supportive. So he asked me to come down this weekend and speak on Sunday. And we've been giving them also Native American Bibles for the Native American kids, I should say. And they've been giving out thousands of Bibles down there to the Hopi, the Apache, these different Native American tribes. And just ministering, they've been giving clothes to them, just trying to minister to the people around their area. But the Bibles have really helped their ministry. So they want me to come and talk about it, what's happening with the Bibles around the world.
Yeah, I mean, just here in the U.S., spreading the word to places that may not be exposed to it, and around the world. Talk about a recent trip to Panama where, it's not necessarily getting Bibles past customs. It's getting them into remote mountain villages, places where just there's been no chance to even hear the gospel.
Right. So we've been going to Panama now for several years, working with indigenous people up in the mountains. And these people are very, very poor. You go to their churches, it's a dirt floor church. They're sitting on bamboo posts, on the poles, and then sheet metal over the roof. So it gets really hot in the summer. But these people are really opening up. A lot of them have had ancestor worship, a lot of the occult. And so we've been meeting with the pastors, encouraging the pastors, giving them Bibles and study tools to take back to their villages. And then we just had a team down there, about 7 or 8 ladies that minister to the kids up in the village. And it was kind of cool because when we were there one time, we gave out 400 hot dogs to these people. And they had never had a hot dog before in their life. So I'm putting mustard on the hot dog and on the bun. And it was kind of fun to see a 70-year-old lady come up for a second hot dog. And some of the kids even ate 3 hot dogs. But they were so happy. And then we gave them Bibles. And Jake, they just hugged the Bible to their chest. And so grateful for the Word of God.
Well, there you go. The hot dog is not just for spreading the love of baseball. It could also work for the gospel. Who knew? Patrick Klein doing God's work with Vision Beyond Borders. Let me ask you, how do you get feedback? You have so many success stories and you talk about it. But for every one of those, there's probably many, many more that you'll never hear feedback where you did touch a life, changed a life. How do you encourage, how do your people find out about where it worked, feedback?
So we have a couple ladies that speak Spanish. They're from Mexico. They work directly with the contacts in like Latin and South America, getting reports from them. And they tell us, okay, this works in this area. This guy, you don't want to work with him. He's selling the Bibles. We have an agreement that they will not sell the Bibles because we believe Jesus said, freely you've received, so freely give. So we've given Bibles for free. But if we find out a pastor or somebody is selling them, we cut them off, but then we confront them and say, we will not work with you ever again until you straighten up.
To find out more on the internet, visionbeyondborders.org. We're talking to Patrick Klein, visionbeyondborders.org. One last thing before I ask you what you want to talk about. I don't want to be the one who's doing all the question asking, but I probably would guess this, and you've probably found this, that the reason Christianity spread back when it spread at 0 BC or whatever, is it's the only religion for me that offers hope. You spread the Bible in places where it's Islam, where it's Buddhism, whatever you practice. The first thing you hear about people when they read the book is, wow, there's hope here. There is something to look to, rather than the religions that they've been exposed to where there just isn't the hope.
You know, when you travel and you see these religions, I mean, I was in Nepal a couple of months ago in December, and to see the Hindu temple, there's no hope there. It's so filthy dirty, and they're hoping they can try to get out of reincarnation cycles. Sorry to be gross, but they burn the bodies, they push the ashes in the river, and people are brushing their teeth and bathing in that filthy water, thinking it's washed their sins away. So when they find out that Jesus left the majesty of heaven and came and walked this earth and then gave his life on the cross for them, that his blood is enough, the people are like, wow, there's hope here. There's hope. And, you know, Jesus starts transforming their lives, and people can see that and they say, I want what you have. You have peace. You have love. You have joy. I want what you have, because these religions don't offer, like you said, there's no hope in them. There's no life in them. It's just, you know, when you go to that temple in Nepal, it's just filthy, filthy dirty. And it's just disgusting. And, you know, men taking ash and putting ash all over their bodies and smoking marijuana. And these are the holy men, you know, and it's like, you know, they're empty inside. And so when you find out that Jesus already paid for it on the cross, it's already done. It's finished. It's like, wow, I don't have to do all these rituals. I don't have to give all this money to the temples and say all these prayers. It's already done. And that's what's amazing, because Jesus is done. He did his work, and now he begins to work in us by his Holy Spirit.
Patrick Klein is the director of Vision Beyond Borders, helping get the word out through MP3 or Bibles, and then let that do the work. Let Christ do the real work after that. And once you start reading, the work will be done. Patrick, anything else? We want to learn more. We want to help out the cause. visionbeyondborders.org. What do you want to say?
Two things real quick.
Yeah.
We've been sending Bibles into Venezuela for like 7 years. And
yeah,
to see what's happening in Venezuela is just amazing. And a couple of years ago, we got a video of a prison in Venezuela, and the prison yard was full of men on their faces, asking God to forgive their sins and to have mercy on their nation and restore their nation. And so we feel like, you know, God heard their prayers, and with all those Bibles going in, that it's made an impact in Venezuela. And I was just talking about it in Colombia, and this young pretty girl came up to me afterwards. She said, I'm from Venezuela. Thank you for getting Bibles into my country. Thank you.
Colombia, I think, is going to be the next Venezuela. We saw the Trump administration go in there, change leadership, and for the most part, you saw a lot of people saying, thank you for coming in. This was wrong. And yeah, that's fantastic. And maybe that all started internally with the spreading of Bible, with the word, with the gospel, with the Bible. Yeah, Venezuela.
Another country we've been working in is Honduras. And we've been sending Bibles into Honduras for like 6 or 7 years. And we work with a guy down there who's in 150 public schools. And you can go in the public schools. You can tell the kids the stories of Jesus, the gospel. You can pray with the kids, and we're able to give the kids their own Bible in the schools in Honduras. Well, the president of Honduras about 2-3 years ago made a ruling. She wanted all kids in the schools, the public schools, to read aloud 15 minutes a day. So now there's thousands of kids reading the Bible out loud every day. Well, the president met with President Trump last week, and she went back, and Honduras has said, their Congress has said, we want all the kids in the public schools to have their own Bibles, and we want them to be reading the Bible on a daily basis. And so we have an opportunity to put 2 million Bibles in the hands of the kids in the public schools in Honduras.
Fantastic, Patrick. When Jesus said it is done, the work is done as far as your salvation, but the work is not done getting the word out to the world, man. That work is still being done. It's being done by folks like Vision Beyond Borders. That's fantastic. The 66 books that are the Bible, read them today. It'll change your life. Patrick, thank you for coming on.
Thank you, Jake.
You bet. We got to get to news. Probably bad news, not the good news. We got to get to Cowboy State Daily News now. Next.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. 2 men have been charged in connection with an illegal wolf kill near Cody. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that even though the wolf was killed in a wolf hunting zone, authorities allege it was shot without a license and out of season.
The problem is it took place in June. So 2 problems with that. Number 1, the season didn't even start until September. Number 2, the person who the game warden says killed the wolf did not have a license. So you're hunting out of season without a license. So it's kind of a double whammy. And then another person that was with him allegedly is being charged as an accessory to that crime or that violation that supposedly took place.
Charges were filed on Friday in Park County Circuit Court in Cody against Noah Mick of Cody and Carbondale, Colorado, and Cole A. Mick of Glenwood Springs, Colorado. The wolf was allegedly killed by Noah Mick on June 1st, 2025, months before wolf season opened, and that's according to citations issued by Wyoming Game and Fish. Wyoming has surpassed Delaware as the top state for business and corporations per capita, and with that has come more LLC fraud. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the state Senate passed a bill on Wednesday that could crack down on using the state's business-friendly LLC laws to scam people.
In Wyoming, it's fairly easy to assign a registered agent and for no one to be able to figure out who's really running this company. And a lot of times they're just registered in Wyoming, but they're doing business in another state. Well, along comes this piece of legislation today, Senate File 82.
The bill passed 23-8 and now heads to the Wyoming House, but its passage exposed a divide in the Senate over whether the state's wildly successful business incorporation industry has become a magnet for fraud. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Make sure you're at the Cody Night Rodeo this year, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. WYDOT wants to remind you, with ice and snow, take it slow. Pay attention to reduce speed limits and use low beam and hazard lights in areas of fog and blowing snow. This message from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just for $250 a month. No copays, no deductibles. World-class care. Right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit HoskinsonHealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A pair of brothers from Ecuador will spend more than 2 years in prison for hauling nearly 75 pounds of illegal drugs across Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the U.S. Attorney's Office announced they were also wanted by ICE.
These guys cut a deal, and it's a pretty good deal because each of them got sentenced to 27 months in prison and then probation. But the probation might not matter because as soon as they get out, they're being deported.
The U.S. District Court for Wyoming sentenced 23-year-old Edgar Narvaez Vega to 27 months in a federal prison instead of the maximum 10-year sentence he could have received if convicted at trial of possession with intent to distribute meth, fentanyl, cocaine, and heroin. Edgar's brother, 22-year-old Pedro Navez Vega, also got the same deal, according to federal court records. Wyoming hasn't been yet linked to a cattle fraud case that hit 14 other states. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports Agridime, out of Texas, is accused of offering a deal that Sublette County rancher and former Green River Valley Cattlemen's Association president Mike Vickery said sounded too good to be true.
5 individuals connected to this company, which is based out of Texas, were indicted last week for allegedly targeting cattle ranchers and cattle buyers and feedlots. Allegedly, a cattle buyer would pay this company $2,000 for a cow. The company would raise the cow, feed it, then butcher it and process it, sell the meat, and the investor would make money off of that initial purchase. About 2,000 to 2,200 people are owed money in this case.
According to the U.S. Justice Department, 5 people connected to Agridime collectively squandered $220 million from 2,200 victims between January 2021 and December 2023.
Yeah, it's a wintry day around Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily on February 19th. We haven't said that very much this winter, but it's been a wintry kind of week. And that'll continue through the weekend, according to Don Day with the forecast. Disruption on for your travel across the state, definitely. Interstate 80 still dicey at best, especially in the southeast part of the state where that pulse number 2 is moving through. Where is my YO road? Here it is. I think we're still closed down there. Oh, now we're open. That's good news. You just have the wind advisories now. When we started the show a couple hours ago, early morning, there was no travel on Interstate 80 between Laramie and Cheyenne. Now that road's back open for the moment. But remember, if you're hearing this show delayed in syndication on radio stations across the country, this might not be in real time, but the closure on I-80 looks like the whole interstate's open now. For the time being. That's until one trucker makes one mistake and then it all comes unraveled. Renee, you traveling today? You staying put?
Oh, I think I'm staying put.
Good.
Kinda.
Yeah, interstate is it's kind of winter. Is it winter where you are? You getting any snow?
Yes, we did have snow this morning, so it was a slow drive to work.
Yeah. Yeah, smart. You just got to go slower.
Yeah. Reduce
your following distance from the person in front of you and stuff like that. Don't turn, turning or going around a corner of a highway. People go as fast as they did like in June. They try to go around that fast in ice. Like, dude, someone's going to need to pull you out of the snowbank. I think.
Yeah, and sometimes the ones that have the best cars for traveling on the snow are the worst because I think they think they're invincible in those.
Yeah. You get a bulletproof mentality. You're like, I've got brand new snow tires. This car's really good. And yeah, you're getting pulled out.
But so I had a little Chevette back in the day when I was still in Missouri working, and we would get, pretty heavy snow sometime. And as kind of like a rookie reporter, I had to be out there on the streets taking pictures of all the snow in a Chevette. Well, so I went to my mechanic, hooked me up with this idea, putting mud and snow tires on the front two wheels of the car because it was the front wheel drive. And he said, if you do that, you'll be able to get around as well, if not better than these four-wheel drives. And I tell you what, I can't count the number of four-wheel drives I saw off in the ditch. And here I am in my little Chevy Chevette tootling along with no problems. Even on the ice, I put studs on there. Even on ice, I got around really very well.
Yeah. With front wheel drive, that makes sense. With good tires on the front wheel drive, winter tires.
And then just the all seasons on the back. And of course, it's a Chevette. So even the smallest mud and snow tires are a tight fit. There wasn't the recommended amount of clearance there for that, but it worked,
All right. Smart. You just got to listen to what Renee tells you. She's smart about everything.
Well, that was from my long ago mechanic who helped keep me in operation on a shoestring budget.
Yeah. We got to get Aaron Turpin on this show again. We have him every now and then when we have automotive related stuff. He's super smart about that thing too.
Yeah.
All right. So I don't see any new Renee Jean stories.
You don't.
That's
because they're saving them all for the weekend.
I think they're saving. I mean, we talked about the supercomputer and its possible fate. We talked about the Heinz hole and PRCA headquarters. We now know what it's going to look like, the 35 acres. We've talked about that a little bit. We're going to have Tom Herszig on from Cheyenne Frontier Days talk about potential partnership with that. What is it going to mean the rodeo, the daddy of them all. How can they help the PRCA and vice versa? It might be a relationship.
If you read my story, you'll know that Tom Herszig and this Tom Glaus rodeoed together back in the day.
Oh, right. I can ask him about that. Yes.
You should ask him about that.
The two Toms.
Can we talk about the TerraPower story in Kimmerer? I don't remember if we talked about that.
Maybe not. No, we didn't actually. Let's talk about that. Inside TerraPower's world first nuclear project. We hear about how this thing is going to be first in a lot of stuff. First off, I don't understand what a natrium reactor is anyway, but a lot of firsts with this Bill Gates TerraPower plant.
Well, so I think that's just the name they came up with to call it.
Oh.
It's trademarked. It's a trademark name. And, sodium, though, is what they're going to use to cool this molten salt, sodium. But so sodium, what is its letters on the periodic table? Do you know?
I should know. N something.
Na.
Na.
So I think maybe this natrium is a mashup of its chemical shorthand on the periodic table.
So how does salt play into a nuclear reactor anyway?
Well, so go back to the way it's traditionally been done. We use water, right? And we send water in there, heat it all up, it gets all steamy, and then that turns a turbine and creates electricity. But the thing about hot water and steam, that means high pressure. High pressure means lots of thick plating, safety systems. It's costly because of that element. So using the sodium instead, they're able to separate that out and not use quite so much shielding. This system won't have to operate under high pressure. It'll operate under atmospheric pressure. And so you're taking a whole lot of steel out of the cost equation there. You're not going to have all that thick shielding. It saves money. And so back in the 2000s, Bill Gates read a paper with some different ideas about approaches to nuclear power. And that turned a light bulb on for him. He hired a team of engineers to just completely, radically rethink nuclear power. Could we do it differently? Could we do it safer? Could we do it cheaper? Because then we could produce all this power without carbon dioxide emissions, which some scientists believe are heating up the earth. I'm not trying to get into any kind of debate here. I'm just explaining how Bill Gates approached this. And then, so TerraPower is kind of the result of that reimagining of nuclear power. And the plant, Kimmerer, is the very first one commercially. There was one before that it wasn't commercial. It was like a pilot project, okay? And they announced their success. And the day after they announced their success, do you know what happened? Chernobyl happened.
Oh.
And so that project got shelved. It was just a demonstration. It wasn't a commercial project. It was just a bunch of researchers showing, hey, look at this. You could do it this way. Well, after Chernobyl happened, the interest in doing anything nuclear at all just basically evaporated.
Yeah, that pressed pause on the whole industry.
Right. And it's really given the industry a black eye ever since. I mean, people are questioning the wisdom of any kind of nuclear power, even if it's done differently, even if it's done more safely. People worry that, there will be some devil in the detail that we didn't realize and cause another Fukushima or Chernobyl or, 3 Mile Island was a partial meltdown in the U.S. that still sticks in a lot of people's minds.
Yeah, that was a huge setback to nuclear. It's still in the minds of many of that generation. But a visionary like Bill Gates, what he read decades ago is now almost coming to completion commercially, and could be the first of many of these kind of power plants. And Bill Gates went out and found people who are like-minded in his vision, including Pat Young. Where are we on the build? This is still not built out. It's going to be a while. I can see from the photos.
And the nuclear part has not started yet.
Yeah.
This facility that I went and looked at what they're doing there, this is called a test and fill facility. It'll be the only one that they build, I'm told. And the main purpose of it is to take all these huge pieces that are going to go into the natrium reactor and test them first and put them through their paces and make sure everything is working the way it's expected to work before they put this all together and turn the light switches on, right? This is how they're kind of de-risking this project, this first of its kind. It's a huge mechanic shop, basically, and it's got a crane inside of it that'll be used to lift this heavy equipment. It's got a conductor rail that will, send electricity where it's needed. So I think it's going to be a pretty interesting facility, the only one like it in the world. After they get the plant set up, TerraPower's plant set up in Kemmerer, this will still get used. It'll be for, if they're putting together new iterations of equipment, it'll go in here and get tested first. Other plants may want to use it for their own testing. It'll be available for that. So it's not it's not like they're going to build this and tear it down. They're going to find uses for it.
This will be the first laboratory. It looks like just a skeleton building now, the TFF, the Test and Fill Facility. But when it's built out, it'll be how they do it. It'll be the blueprint of how they do more of these Bill Gates vision, these natrium power plants. And it's so good for Uintah County. I mean, Uintah had JCPenney. And by the time JCPenney leaves this business world, hopefully TerraPower will be ready to take over and be the new thing Kemmerer's known for.
Yeah, a new mothership.
Yeah.
Well, so this gives them two motherships, basically. The first JCPenney store in America, and now the first TerraPower plant in the world.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of cool for
Kemmerer. That is very cool. Holy cow. Now they just need a few more restaurants.
They did get a new one already called Bootleggers.
There you go. I think that's the one I went to. It was pretty new. How new? Because I went to one probably a year ago. It's been hard. It's hard to find a place to eat in Kemmerer. They're not ready for build out, but they're going to have to get ready. Maybe they'll have an official, instead of their town park being a triangle, we're going to have to make it an actual square. We'll add a side to their town park.
Add another side to
it.
Well, the whiskey and steaks is the main ingredient there at Bootleggers.
Wow, I like it.
Did you have a steak?
I like it already. I think I did. If you're driving from the north through Kemmerer, it's on the left, right after the triangle, not too far after the park. And JCPenney.
This is in the triangle. This is right by Fox Fuel. There was a space there that was under rehab almost since the time I came to Wyoming. And eventually it did open. And the chef is from Pinedale.
Okay, I don't know this place.
He commutes.
Oh my goodness.
But a commute. Yeah. I'm like, are you moving to Kemmerer or what? No.
He probably says, put that pot of soup on a slow boil. I'll be there in an hour and a half. Wow.
He's there doing, some of the cooking. And hiring people has been a problem. They can't get enough people.
Yeah, well, I mean, that whole community is going to have to make housing, make all that infrastructure. They're going to have to build that out because TerraPower is going to put Kemmerer back on the map like JCPenney did back in the day. Thanks.
All right.
Thank you, Renee.
Yeah.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Ask Abby next. We'll see what she knows about Winter Olympics. And I'll get the buzzer ready.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
It's Thursday of the Cowboy State Daily Show in the final hour, so it's time to play the popular game show Ask Abby. Big prizes at stake. Let's introduce our first guest. Jean,
Wait, say that again.
tell them what they've won. Wait, you didn't win yet. You're just barely playing. Abby's here. Hi.
Hi.
Are you in Casper?
Yes.
I was there last weekend. I don't know how you do the wind. It was so windy.
Well, my parents didn't raise a wuss, you know?
Yeah. It's not good for your hair.
It's probably good for your hair.
It blows it all over. Yeah, this is how I started out with good hair. Now look, it was so windy. And I'm just mad because Natrona County beat Jackson in basketball. So did Kelly Walsh. Yeah.
Well, you know, they're tough athletes here dealing with the wind and all the elements.
Yeah.
So we raise them a little different.
You can see all the basketball team went in. Well, it was the national anthem before the game. You know, the Jackson Bronx all stood straight and looked at the flag, and all the Casper athletes were standing like crooked,
sideways,
leaning into the wind that they thought was there. That's just how everybody Casper, man, I couldn't do it. Too much wind. So you were all ready for Winter Olympics, which we're going to do now. Winter Olympic trivia.
Perfect. So I forgot everything I studied on.
I figured you did. You were ready last week, and you've forgotten all of it. Okay, let's begin with who just won the Daytona 500 in NASCAR.
What?
I know, it's not Winter Olympics, is it?
No.
But it's NASCAR.
I don't watch. Okay, I don't have television, so I don't even know who's winning this Olympics.
Oh.
But no, Jeff Gordon would be my only answer.
Yeah. He's now an announcer. He's retired. Tyler Reddick in the 45 car won the 500.
Where did this take place?
Yeah, he came out of nowhere. Daytona, Florida. It's the kickoff of the NASCAR season, which just began. But it's not a Winter Olympic. You're right. Who has won in the Winter Olympics? What country has won the most gold medals?
I would have to guess like Norway. No? They get the most snow. Oh!
You're very suspiciously correct. Norway.
Way to go, Abby.
They also hosted the Olympics in 1994, the Winter Olympics. Norway's won the most gold medals. They're good at winter. You're right.
Yeah.
Who's got the second most, by the way, for a bonus question?
The U.S. Canada.
Wow, U.S. Abby, you are off. Yes. You're 2 for 2, extra credit. When did the Olympics start? The very first Winter Olympics.
Yeah. I do remember this, I think.
Yeah.
Because it's in the 20s, because it was when my house was built.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
The 1920s something, I think.
Yeah. Back when. No? Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I get a magic wand here?
1924. You win. Abby wins. You're at 1924. First Winter Olympics. Held in Chamonix. Is that France?
I don't know. Sounds like it.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Champagne.
Yeah, it was
Champagne, France.
It was France. It was France. Let's see. What city hosted the 2002 Winter Olympics?
Oh, wait. Park City.
Salt Lake City, which if you live in Park City, the fancy part of Salt Lake, you would say Park City.
Yeah. I remember that because I was in high school.
Yeah. Oh, yeah? In 2002? You're such a youngin'.
Yeah.
Okay. Remember the Jamaican bobsled team?
Yes.
Yes. What year did they first?
Yaman.
What year? And did you see the U.S. guys fall off their sled?
No.
Oh, they all fell off. The 4-man, when they push it and then they all got to jump in on the fly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
3 of the one dude steers. He doesn't push. He's in there ready to go. And the other 3 are push. And then one at a time they jump in. They all fell off it. Even the Jamaica bobsled team, Yaman, managed to get on their stupid sled. What year did they first compete?
Gosh, when did the movie come out?
Yeah, that's what you
in the 90s.
The movie, but when did the Jamaican bobsled first compete? Winter Olympics, so close.
Let's say 87.
88.
Yeah, because I can kind of remember like the outfits, in the movie they were.
Yeah. What year did ice hockey first started being played in the Olympics? This is a trick question.
Okay. Yeah. So the movie Miracle. was in the 70s, so it had to be before that.
Yes, for sure.
So let's say 50s. I don't know.
I mean,
52.
It's going to be hard. I mean, that's a good guess.
Oh.
It's way earlier than that. Here's why it's a trick question, because it's prior to the very first Winter Olympics.
Oh.
Yeah, hockey used to be just like part of the Olympics.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. So when was it?
1920.
Oh.
This event was featured one time and one time only as a demonstration event, but it seemed so perfectly winter sports. What was it? What event in 1932 was done for the first time and never again?
Is it still an event? These people still do it?
Yes, it's still popular, especially in Alaska, where they are currently holding like the World Series of this event.
Ice fishing. Oh.
No.
I don't know what people are doing in Alaska. Dog sleds.
Yes. Boy, that came to, I saw the light bulb totally light up.
I'm smart today.
You are smart today. What country has hosted the most Winter Olympics? And it stands to reason. We mentioned them earlier.
Us. Is it us?
No.
Then maybe. Oh, give me a hint.
Well, they're really good at it, so of course they host it.
Oh, Norway.
Yeah, Norway's hosted the most. Norway, by the way, leads as of the start of this Olympics. Norway has 405 total medals. United States 330. Who's third most medals in the Olympics? And it's not Canada.
Where else gets a lot of snow?
Yeah.
Snow and good athletes. Russia?
It's a good guess. Russia's got snow.
France? I don't know.
No.
Give me a good hint.
Think of more athletes. Like this country's probably busy still today building a super athlete, knowing them.
China.
No.
Japan. I don't know.
Germany is what we were looking for.
Oh.
Third most. Yeah.
Okay.
Who are the mascots of this year's Winter Olympic? There are animal mascots.
Oh, shoot. I was going to say Snoop Dogg.
Correct. Why has Snoop Dogg been all over the Olympics?
Well, I think because he was so fun last time he did it. Everyone loved him. So they made him like honorary Olympic assistant coach to every event or something.
That guy, talk about staying in your lane. He's managed to make everything his lane. I mean,
I know.
Rapper.
He's so fun.
He is fun. No matter what he does, whether he's hanging out with Martha, what's her name? Martha Stewart, or he's able to navigate all circles of life. It's amazing.
I know. I don't know.
I'll give you a hint. It's not the dog who ran the cross country. Did you see that dog get on the course?
No.
Yeah, the dog, some nearby dog jumped while the dudes were alpine skiing. He jumped on the course. He went right between them and in their legs, and he beat them both. He ran across.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oops.
Okay.
It's not
I don't
the
know.
dog.
The mascots are chipmunks and squirrels.
Very close. We're going to give that to you. They're weasels, actually. They're stoats.
Oh.
Yeah. That was going to be my bonus question. What's a stoat? I thought a stoat was a pig, but no. Tina and Milo are two stoats of the weasel family. They are the official mascots.
Tina and Milo.
Yeah. There's some
Great
trivia.
names.
Yeah, the next time you're, at a fancy cocktail party, you want to drop some trivia knowledge.
Always. I'm always at fancy cocktail parties.
I figured, Casper, you're going to be at the M tonight where you're going to be telling everybody, did you hear there's two weasels in the Olympics? By the time you tell it, yeah, that'll be how it comes out.
But I am going to be at Ian Munsick tonight.
Where?
Here.
Where?
At the Ford Wyoming Center.
Oh, wow. Yeah, a big play. Yeah, he's popular. Okay, that's tonight, huh? On a Thursday night?
Yeah. Then he goes to Bozeman tomorrow.
Oh, you've seen him how many times?
Well, he used to play with his brothers at the Cowboy when I was a bartender.
Yeah.
So if you count that,
I'm counting that.
I don't know how many times he came and played with his brothers, but at least 2, I think. And then I saw him when Coulter Wall opened for him at Gruner Brothers.
Ooh, what a show.
Before either of them were quite famous.
Yeah.
And then he played a free show here in Casper at David Street Station. And I saw him in Deadwood at the Deadwood Mountain Grand. One winter, and that was fun. And I don't know. So how many is that? And then 2 times here at the Ford Event Center.
You're like president of the fan club.
President of the fan club.
Yeah. All right. Get some swag. Get me a hat or a shirt or something. The hat would be, of course, any King rope.
Well, yeah, you've got plenty of those.
Yeah, I got those.
Yeah.
A couple more on the Winter Olympics. What new sport was introduced this year?
Shoot, I don't know. I don't have TV, Jake.
Well, you were all like crammed for the test. You were all ready for Winter Olympics. Didn't you study this one up?
No. A new sport
where we got to see like those dudes on skis running straight uphill. Oh my God. The guy did like a 6-minute mile on skis uphill in the snow.
Well, I don't know what sport that is. Uphill skiing, I guess.
I mean, it's ski mountaineering, which is,
jeez.
In Jackson Hole, we just call it Tuesday afternoon, for a lunch break. We all do ski mountaineering every day.
That's funny.
Let's see. 1976 Winter Olympics were to be held in this city. But the city rejected it. The city put in a bid to be, and the IOC, the Olympic Committee, said, okay, yeah, you can host the Winter Olympics, 1976. And then the city said, no, we're out.
76 was a big year for me.
Basically, they couldn't pay for it. They asked voters, we need $5 million bond. They got in over their head, basically, 1976. They were all about hosting the Winter Olympics. And when they were chosen, they're like, how are we going to do this? We don't have the money.
I have no idea. I'm going to need a hint.
Okay. Let's see. The hint will be...
Because a city is that's a very, so could be so many options.
Yeah. Okay. This city could have also been in the Super Bowl, but they couldn't win.
Oh, so this is in the U.S.?
Yes.
Buffalo, New York.
No. Although, can you imagine Winter Olympics in Buffalo?
Yeah.
That would be cool. No, bigger city.
They didn't make it to the Olympics or the Super Bowl.
Right.
The football Olympics.
And they also didn't make it to the Winter Olympics because they didn't want it after all.
I don't know. What food are they popular for having?
What food is associated with? Wow. Is this how you think through food?
I don't know.
Interesting insight into Abby. What? Give me a food hint. What food are they known for? Almost anything. After you smoke enough, you would be ready to eat whatever they put in front of you in this hippie city of...
Hippie city? Boulder, Colorado?
Denver.
Oh.
Denver. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's all the Olympic questions I had, other than who won the Daytona 500. Which, of course,
Jeff Gordon, I said.
Correct. Not Jeff Gordon. Ask Abby. She did really pretty good, actually, for Winter Olympics.
I didn't do too bad.
No, yeah, you did good. Really good.
Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, have fun at Ian Munsick, and yeah, you have a great day. Ask Abby on the Cowboy State Daily Show. We're going to go to Cheyenne next. Cheyenne's never hosted a Winter Olympics, but they're home of the daddy of them all, 10 days of rodeo. And you got about 147 days to make plans for the 2026 edition. We're going to talk to Tom Herszig and all things CFD next.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Cowboy State Daily Show, and we save the best for last. As always, Tom Herszig is with us, and we're talking Cheyenne Frontier Days, the daddy of them all, from its humble beginnings in 1897 as the answer to Colorado's Potato Day. Is that the best you can do, Greeley, Colorado Potato Day? Wyoming said, hold our beer. We're going to put on 10 days of rodeo, and we're going to up the payout this year, by the way, to $960,000 in rodeo prize money. Hey, already it's where every rodeo athlete wants to be, wants to go to make money and make fortune and fame to get to the NFR. The 130th Cheyenne Frontier Days is going to be here in 147 days. Tom, this is going to be the best one of them all, isn't it?
Yeah, don't bring those days, that number of days up. That always makes me nervous.
I know you got a lot to do. Well, where do we start? We talked about Morningstar. I'm excited to see the unveiling. That is going to be a huge component of the whole thing. That's already a whole thing. We got Cheyenne Frontier Days nights and a lot of concerts. We got, of course, the rodeo. That's why we're there. Yeah. But this Morningstar, everybody's talking about it.
You know, I'll tell you, I just got back. I was down at San Antonio, Texas at their rodeo, and talking to some of the people down there and telling them about our Indian village that's coming in. They're already making plans to come. They're just amazed by what that facility is going to look like, and they just want to be a part of it. And, you know, they don't get, in San Antonio, there's really no reservations around them. So this is kind of a unique experience for them. And, I think sometimes we take it for granted, but man, that village looks incredible. When it gets done, I mean, it's 10 times bigger and better than I imagined it when we were planning it. It's going to be incredible.
Well, the core feature of Cheyenne Frontier Days is rodeo, and we've just doubled down on it. Well, not double, but we added an extra day, and we added money. What does it mean to have now 10 days of rodeo, Tom? Why do that?
Well, I think a lot of people in the past have always, wanted like a full weekend too. So now we have 2 full weekends of all our events instead of just starting the first Friday with the night show. As you say, that's our marquee event is the rodeo. That's what we were built upon. So adding one more day, gives people another weekend to spend the whole weekend here. And it just seems like a natural fit. I mean, we're all set up, our security's set up, our carnival's going, the food court's going, everything's ready to go. So just plug in the rodeo and let's go.
Last year, rodeo contestants hit the pay window and we doled out $770,000. That's chump change. This year, we're going to do $960,000, almost $1 million in payout money. It's why everybody wants to be there for the 10 days of rodeo for the daddy of them all.
Yeah, I mean, we've made some changes to the number of contestants. Rodeo's really facing some challenges with livestock, especially. I mean, the livestock market, as everybody knows, is as strong as it's ever been. Cattle are worth a lot. And what's really hurt, which is good for the livestock producers, I'm happy for them. They're finally making the money they should be making.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really fit in too well with the rodeo business, because when we have to get all of our tie-down calves for the calf roping, it gets expensive. And so, we had to kind of limit some of that. And then the other thing with what's going on the southern border into Mexico, we used to get all our Coriani steers out of Mexico. And those steers, they're just different than the ones that are raised here in the United States. And they really work well for rodeo, but that's been shut down, I think, since April last year. So going on a year here pretty quick, there hasn't been anything cross. So the livestock deal's really been a hindrance to us. So we knew we can't just cut the numbers and then just say, well, we're just going to cut the payoff too. So we cut the numbers back and added additional money for the contestants. So hopefully we kind of keep them going a little stronger.
Anybody who's had to sling out some nylon chasing a Corriente knows those things are jackrabbits, man. I would have never thought of the implications of the beef market and what it's meant to rodeo, but it makes sense. The expense of everything going up. I'll be down in Utah for Icebreaker to see the high school kids do their thing. I'm going to do some announcing for the Cowboy Channel. It's so fun to see the future. These kids are going to be drawing their card here pretty soon, and they're so good. It's a future of rodeo in all these high school events. Let's talk about the impact to the community financially. I have some old numbers, Tom. I don't know if you have your finger on new numbers, but what this rodeo means to Laramie County, like $50 million in 2024, job creation, 660 full and part-time jobs. It is huge for the economy what this rodeo does.
It is unbelievable for, a community, proper city limits of Cheyenne, 60,000 people. That's a pretty good economic impact. It keeps a lot of businesses afloat that probably would not be afloat if we didn't have Cheyenne Frontier Days throughout the years. So, that's why Cheyenne Frontier Days started, right? Back in 1897, we had, the UP Railroad had a big investment in Cheyenne, Wyoming, and it was falling apart. We had a big drought going on. The cattle business was horrible. We were a cattle town. So, a guy from Denver came up and met with all the community leaders and said, what are we going to do to revitalize this? And they said that they couldn't come up with anything. So he went back to the train station, was sitting there watching these cowboys try to load this horse in a boxcar. And this horse wanted no part of that boxcar. And it dawned on him right at that time. He said, this is what the people in Denver want to see. They want to see how animals interact or humans interact with animals. And thus that's how Cheyenne Frontier Days was born. So, it was born to revitalize Cheyenne. And, that's our main mission, is to make sure that we're doing the right things for the economic development of Cheyenne, Wyoming.
It's such a brilliant idea that Cheyenne Frontier Days couldn't wait on us being a state. When those said, shouldn't we be a state first? We're like, nah, we got to get right to it, man.
We got to have a rodeo.
Yeah, we need rodeo right away. We don't need to wait for it until we're a state. Hey, Tom, talk about the volunteers. We could not do this rodeo without volunteers. I've been one. I was working at a ranch down in Longmont, Loveland, and we took a week off to come up and be volunteers, and I have a belt buckle still for the 100th. Volunteers run it, man. Without volunteers, we couldn't do it.
No, there's no way. I mean, the volunteer force and really all across all of rodeo. That's what keeps rodeo alive. The whole sport is because of the volunteers and what they do. If you take them out of the equation, that sport goes away. So, and our volunteer force, I mean, again, 60,000 people live here and we have 2,200 volunteers. That's a big portion of Cheyenne that's out here working. I mean, it's a community event and it takes all of them. And, here's what I think a lot of people don't understand this. When they drive by our facility on I-25, it probably never crosses their mind. But our facility, sits on city property that was given to the city from the Union Pacific Railroad. And the Union Pacific Railroad said, we'll give you this land, but there's got to be a Western celebration on this. So everything that's been built out here, the grandstands, everything that's been built has been built off of what Cheyenne Frontier Days makes. No taxpayer dollars has ever gone into Frontier Park. I don't know of another facility that's like that. In any sports, anything you can think of, that's either city, county, state facilities that do that. So, boy, that's a testament to our volunteers, man. It's been, what the work they've done for 130 years. They built this magnificent park.
Proving up on an age-old promise. Look what it is today. Could they have envisioned 10 days of the Daddy Mall, the Cheyenne Frontier Days Rodeo? Tom is with us. Tom Herszig. We're just learning about this whole PRCA move. Hopefully, the headquarters, the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame, the museum, just barely learning about what it might mean to Cheyenne Frontier Days and vice versa. What can the rodeo do for them? I think there's partnerships we have yet to see, but it's exciting news, just figuring it all out.
Well, I'm very excited about them coming here. And I've been asked that question a lot. Well, what's that going to do for Cheyenne Frontier Days? I don't know. Maybe there'll be a few more people that say, well, I want to see the Hall of Fame and it's where Cheyenne Frontier Days is. So it might have some sort of an impact there. but I think it's a much bigger impact than how it affects ticket sales at Cheyenne Frontier Days. I think it for the whole state of Wyoming. We have a company, a national organization. I asked somebody in media, they were asking me, said, well, how does this change what you do? And I said, well, how's this going to change what you do? And they said, well, what do you mean? I said, well, we have a national organization now headquartered in Cheyenne, Wyoming. So what happens at the rodeo in Houston, Texas affects Cheyenne, Wyoming now. And they said, well, we never thought about that. But, and I don't think people think about that whole scope of how big this becomes. Every pro rodeo is going to say PRCA headquartered in Cheyenne, Wyoming. I mean, it's huge. And what I said the other night is somebody asked me that at the legislator meeting, and I said, well, for us, it's kind of like, because the PRCA governs us, right? All the rules, everything like that. I said, it's almost like being in 6th grade and having your principal move in next door to you. So, I'm just excited about what it does for the state. I can't imagine anything bigger for our state. I mean, we have the national high school finals in this state. We got the college national finals in this state. We have some of the best rodeos in the country in this state. And having them headquartered here, we talk about being the Cowboy State. We will be the Cowboy State permanently.
Yeah, it remains to be seen what this is going to mean. But, they do rodeo in Fort Worth. They do rodeo in Calgary. But we have the rodeo state. And this move to PRCA and the meshing, you're going to be right next door to the Cheyenne Frontier Days. It's going to mean things that we can't even imagine yet. But it's what we know. Wyoming is rodeo, and rodeo is Cheyenne Frontier Days, and vice versa. Tom, get busy. 147 days.
Quit saying that.
You got to figure out parking and how to feed everybody. We got a big party coming to Cheyenne this summer, man. I can't wait.
Come see us in July.
I will. Thanks, Tom.
Okay. Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily. Oh, man. Cheyenne Frontier Days. I can't wait till it gets here. It won't be here soon enough for me, but Tom needs a little extra time. He and the staff there and the volunteers need to plan this one out. Just the night shows. You gonna go see Riley Green and Trace Atkins on July 22nd? I think I'll be there. Jesse Murph with Treaty Oak Revival, the hottest band out of Texas right now. That'll kick things off on July 17th. Zach Top, Jody Messina, Blake Shelton, Hardy, they're all going to be there. That's just the night shows, and then we're going to rodeo all day, every day. 10 days of Cheyenne Frontier Days rodeo. Woo! Yeah. And now the PRCA headquarters right next door. Well, we'll get them here as soon as we can. We got to send a U-Haul down to Colorado and have them pack up their stuff and bring it up to where it belongs, the rodeo state. Hey, that's going to do it for our show. We'll see you tomorrow, same time. Thank you so much for spending time with us on the YouTube channel, X Live, Facebook Live, on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com. Run it back on the podcast when you're ready, wherever you download your favorite podcast, and you'll hear us across the state on select radio stations. Y'all have a great Thursday.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.